Yeah. Let me know if you guys are back. Let me know when you guys can hear me. I'm a little disappointed. Something happened. Hey guys, I'm back, trying to be. Sorry about that. I have no idea why my I'm gonna delete this other video real quick. Sorry, I have to, there's a handful of things I have to do. That's why I run that intro, so I can do all this stuff. My freaking, I don't know what happened. So if it happens again, I guess I won't be able to stream tonight. So yeah, I apologize. I don't know. My live streaming computer just decided to take a dump. So we'll see. Hopefully we're okay. I just need a minute to kind of do the things that I need to do, and maybe we can continue. Maybe we can start over and continue. So yeah, if you're just joining or just watching this VOD, this is a restart. I deleted the old one. We only had like 8 minutes, so I kind of have to start over, which is irritating, but we'll make it through. Yeah, I deleted the old video, the old VOD. We're up and running. I need to grab a link, and I can talk about this a little bit. The intro outroed. It did outroed. Yeah, just 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. This is exactly why I have that that first minute of the trains going, because I have to do some things. It's fun for the whole family. Basically what we're doing here is a little bit different style video than usual. I'm going to be editing one of my, I'm all like out of place and flustered here. Hold on. I'm going to be working on editing one of my tutorial videos, one that's sort of already in progress. That's good. That's what we're doing. If I can finish this stuff up, trying to multitask. Yeah. I see that Emeralk 0280. I've been watching this season of Satisfactory. I've seen every VOD. I can't wait to see your Cyberpunk City. I just got a new computer, so I can't wait to play myself. Well, that's awesome. And thank you for being patient while I get this stream back up and running. I really appreciate it. Did I do everything that needs doing? I think so. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea why my live stream encoding crashed, and if it happens again, I won't restart. All right, we'll just call it a wash, and we'll try this again tomorrow after I, you know, maybe find some updated software or something. I don't know, but what we're working on is trying to finish a video that I started in Thanksgiving. Modular Factory Planning 101, that's the name of the video. I've already recorded most of this. Probably 3/4 of this video is already in the can, recorded. We're gonna start off with editing tonight. I also have kind of an announcement that I want to talk about in about 30 minutes regarding my channel. Okay, some things that I have planned. Okay, so that's kind of where we were when everything crashed. I was walking through kind of how I do my outline, and kind of step by step, just talking about how even though I write this out in sort of narrative form, when I read it, when I'm recording, I try not to read it as a script because I'm not very good at making it sound natural. So it's more like talking points than anything else. So, but yeah, I kind of already went through all this stuff in the first VOD. But yeah, I've already read through all this. I've already done this. We've recorded this. We have this probably in visual form, or I mean, in audio form. We probably don't have any visuals to go with this, so we'll need to record some pickups for sure for this kind of to play underneath this. Probably visuals of factories that I've built using this method. Okay, right? So I mentioned the Star Wars Update 8 playthrough. I'll probably grab some footage to show of that playthrough to, play while I'm talking about this. All right, so things like that. We'll have to figure that out. Then I have sort of some notes down here. This is what I was talking about when we crashed. We've got some notes down here, the recipes that I'm using. Basically, I'm showing from start to finish the steps that I go through when I plan a factory. Now, I've done this a lot, but I've only done it in VOD form, right? I've only done it, live. The goal here with this video is to show, in a tight, narrative style, what I do, so that people that, don't sit through 10-hour VODs can get exposed to how I plan factories. All right, that's the goal of the video. And this isn't going to be like a short video, so I don't know how long it's going to be. I'm not going to make it long on purpose. We just have to figure that out, right? We've been streaming. We've had the stream up for 8 minutes. That's about when the last one crashed. So we'll see if it crashes. This is the companion Excel sheet that goes with the factory that we're working on planning. It's ready to go. One of the things I have to record is kind of using this, right? But the first step before we do any recording is I recorded this video so long ago, a month and a half ago, I can barely remember what the hell I was doing. So before we record, we're going to edit the footage that we already have. All right, that's what we're gonna try to do. Let's see. Recipes. I thought I had put in the sections of videos were broken down in the following way. So I've recorded this factory planning in satisfactorytools.com. This section is recorded. And then blueprint design in game. This section is recorded. This was very long, right? And then factory layout planning in Excel. I think I have to record 3 and 4, right? And these are relatively short. Okay, these two are the really difficult pieces, and they're recorded. I have the footage, and that's where we're going to start editing now. Okay. First section, factory planning, satisfactorytools.com. How much rocket fuel will we make? What recipes will we use? What is our input limitations based on location? And then the blueprint design in game. This is all in game recording of me designing our various blueprints. Okay, which processes will we combine together to make it into a blueprint? What are the blueprint inputs and outputs? How many of each will we need? Okay, so I've recorded these 2 sections. All right, so we're gonna edit these and get a feel for what the hell this video looks like and sounds like. That may be all we do today. I don't know how fast this will go. And then either today or tomorrow, we're gonna have to record these 2 pieces, which should take substantially less time, and then edit those, and then we'll probably have to record some pickup shots, you know, especially in the intro section, and then, you know, put it all together, put some music on it. I usually use Satisfactory music for these sort of tutorial videos, so you know, it's not going to be super complicated. Okay, so let's open my editing software, and again, I use DaVinci Resolve to do my editing, and I also have a editing keyboard. I'll show you guys actually what I have, so you can get it's called a Black Magic Speed Editor. I have this guy. Open image in new tab. Oh my god, that image is so tiny. Better. So this is the guy that I use. I mainly, honestly, I pretty much just use this wheel, and then I use with my right hand. I will switch between these 3 buttons, which are different versions of different settings for this wheel. And basically, I just middle finger goes in the divot, and I just, you know, roll forward, roll backwards to move the playhead during editing, and then like I said, I don't really use these buttons. I use sort of my keyboard with some custom made buttons. And I'll show you how those work too. But this is, that's the tool that I'm using combined with my keyboard. Now, what here is our file, and I think it's factory planning. Let's open this guy here. And then, you know, if you guys have questions as we're going, anything like that, let me know, and I'll answer any questions on editing. I am by no means a video editing expert, okay, but I can answer what I know. So here's our footage, and I have taken a little bit of time to kind of prep this, get it in place, but I haven't done any editing to it whatsoever. One of the things we're gonna have to wait for is the we can't see the audio waveforms yet. It usually takes a few minutes for them to load. These videos aren't too big though, so that shouldn't take too long. I'm all flustered and off my base because stupid thing crashed. I was in the zone and got knocked out of the zone. So we have 2 audio tracks here. This is going to be, one of them is going to be the sound, the game sound, and then one of them is going to be my voice. Oh, voice is in. It's down here. Okay, so I already did some movement. So I moved my voice track down to voiceover used. All right, which actually tells me, I think, that we do not need this top track. Yeah, we don't need this top track. It is typically the music that you're hearing right now when I record a live stream. the music that is playing outside of the game, that's what goes on this track. And since I'm not playing music in that way, we can get rid of that track and we could simplify our timeline a little bit. Okay, so this green one here, this bigger one, that is game sounds, right? We can kind of hit the green S here, make it green, and that makes it solo. And so if we listen, right, you can hear the game being played, the game sound. All right, and you guys heard that, right? And then we have my voice here. Make sure you can hear this. Let's turn down my music a little bit. Here we go.
My name is Ken, and in this video, I'm going to show you how I've learned to plan, design, and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory. Plan, design, and build modular factories.
There we go.
Plan, design, and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory. I'm going to take you step by step from the concept of...
There we go. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see that or hear that pretty well. And I do want to keep the music rolling while we work. But just know that music is not part of the video. And then when I actually do put in music, whenever that happens, you know, we won't be able to hear it. All right, so first thing I think we have to do is start cleaning up this audio. But let's break the audio into into sections here. We kind of have an intro before I get talking about the planning. So let's find where that intro ends and the planning section starts.
I want to use everything efficiently within our factory itself. Now, this right, Satisfactory tools up started our first.
So I think it's literally right here, pretty easy. So let's move this down. And this is basically we have three pieces here. Okay, we have the intro. Again, let's look at our. Okay, we have the intro audio. This takes us basically through this, I think. And then, you know, and then section 1 is me doing this thing, right? Factory planning and satisfactorytools.com. All right, and that's this. Okay, and then this big clip, right? That's section 2, blueprint design in game, and we have to do a lot of editing on that because I had to actually build it, right? But I'm not going to show me building all the steps, right? It's going to be, I'm going to show building, I'm going to show some of it being built, but this is going to be, this section here is going to be highly edited. All right. That's this section here. And then altogether, this footage right now is, if you put it all together, it's 2.5 hours, right? I have 2.5 hours of footage. And again, this is only these two pieces. I still have to record these two pieces. So we'll massively cut it down, but that is a pretty hefty chunk that we're starting with. All right, so again, let me know if you guys have any questions. All right, before I actually get started with this audio, it looks like we're not gonna crash. We've been live for 20 minutes. I do want to talk a little bit, basically doing kind of a soft announcement to you guys. And, you know, whoever's watching live and the VOD, I want to talk a little bit about, just a little bit, give you a sneak peek. I'll do kind of a big announcement when the time comes, but I am going to be increasing the rate at which I stream significantly. Okay. And this is actually, tonight is sort of the beginning of that. I need to get this video done before, so that I can concentrate on other things. Okay. Really, the timeline is something like, and I'll tell you why I am moving the timeline up shortly, but we've got to get this video done and off my plate. And then I need to finish my Factorio playthrough quickly. Okay. And then I'm going to be focused on banging out. I'm going to do a good job, but I'm going to stream a lot more the Satisfactory playthrough. So the Cyberpunk City. Okay. I'm going to be streaming a lot. Well, how much is a lot? I'm going to stream. The days are not exactly locked down, but we'll call it Sunday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, plus Friday and Saturday. Friday and Saturday, that'll be our usual 8 to 12 hours. Sunday, Wednesday, and Thursday, or Tuesday and Wednesday, sorry. Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday are going to be 4 to 6 hours, a weeknight stream, just like what tonight is. Okay. And then for now, until I finish Factorio, Fridays are Factorio. Everything else is Satisfactory. Of course, after I finish this video we're working on. Okay. I need to average about 50 hours a week. All right. On the Satisfactory playthrough. A lot of odds. I don't know where that leaves my edited videos. I'm going to try to work with my editor to get some of that out to you guys, but that is no longer my priority. My goal is to finish the Cyberpunk playthrough by May 1st. I don't know if I can make it, but we are going to try to shoot for 50 to 55 hours of streaming a week until we hit it, until we get it done. Right? So I work a 40-hour work week. I'm going to try to stream 50 hours in addition to that a week. All right? Because here's kind of the thing. I am going to start a new game. I'm going to start content of a new game after I finish my Satisfactory playthrough. And it's going to be a bit of a change, right? And so I understand if maybe that's not for everybody, but I'm going to go all in on it, and I'm going to be doing a lot more streaming on that. I'm going to be streaming and playing a game. You guys, I've talked about it before. You guys may know that my great love, okay, is not factory games. The games that I've played my entire life and that I love are actually MMOs. Okay, and so I'm going to talk about what I am going to play. That is a game that is in alpha testing. And that game is called Ashes of Creation. Okay, so this is an upcoming MMO. I'll give you guys just a quick little brief of it, but we're gonna get back to the video. This is what I'm going to do after I finish the Satisfactory Cyberpunk City. I'm gonna be streaming it a lot. I'm gonna try to get some edited content out of those streams, but mostly I'm gonna be live streaming. This game is in open development. There's no NDA. There are people that are streaming it right now, and the alpha is expected to last between 2.5 to 3 years, alpha and beta together. So we're talking about launch in 2 years. And I will also be creating a guild within this game, and it will be like a channel guild. All right. And so followers of my channel, followers of me, people that find me in my live stream, you know, I'm going to have a guild. I'm going to have a set of officers, and we're going to, we'll have a part of our Discord is going to be set aside for this game. And this is what I'm going to do for the foreseeable future. And, you know, will I play, you know, games like, you know, Shapes 2 and The Crust, you know, occasionally? Absolutely. Right. This is going to be an alpha. Right. So I want to stream it a lot, but there may be time for little side games. But this is going to be the main part of the channel. Okay. Again, my goal is to start this May 1st, but I will not start this until I am, no pun intended, satisfied with my Satisfactory 1.0 playthrough. Now, I know that there's going to be more Satisfactory content. I don't know how that's going to fit in. I don't know if, you know, I get to Ashes of Creation and I find that there's really only good enough content for one stream a week. I don't know. Okay. And maybe we can do some other stuff. I'm going to be flexible, but this is going to be a main part. You know, throughout that time during, you know, alpha, I'm going to, you know, be training up officers and learning the game. When the game comes out in 2 to 3 years, I want to hit it as an already expert with a good size channel in place, you know, and really, really go for it. And I'm going to be comboing. I'm not just going to be a streamer. I'm going to be, you know, a guild leader or a co-guild leader as well. We're going to have a guild. It's going to be, this is a PvP game. If you know MMOs, this is an old school style MMO. It's a sandbox MMO. It is not, if you know these terms, it's not a theme park MMO. All right. It's more like Star Wars Galaxies and less like Star Wars The Old Republic. Okay. It's more like Arcade, less like World of Warcraft. All right, there's open world PvP, lots of PvP. There's caravans that you have to escort. You can, you know, build up cities. You become a mayor. Chances are, I'll be a mayor. You can you can vote, right? And if I'm a streamer, I'll be able to probably be a mayor of of one town. You know, so we'll see. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But I think it's going to be fun. Yeah, Exahi. So I can talk about that. So this is a game, and just right up front, this is a game that's going to be $15 a month subscription. Okay, so that's what this is. When it launches, it's going to be $15 a month. The $110 right now to get access to alpha that I've already paid for myself, that buys, basically that gets you the next 2 to 3 years of access. All right. So right now playing World of Warcraft costs $180 a year. The 110 would gives you access until the game launches, and then 1 month of sub afterwards. I totally get it if somebody doesn't want to play the alpha. 100%. I wouldn't, you know, again, I'm going to be doing this content so that you guys don't have to. You can see the game, you can check it out, so you don't have to pay the money. But I look at it like that $110 gets me, you know, it's much cheaper than it's going to be when the game comes out, right? So that's how I look at it. But everybody, you know, I totally get it. Don't do it if you feel like that's not something you want to do. This is what I'm going to do, right? Anybody else that wants to join me can absolutely do that. We're going to make a guild in Alpha 2, all that stuff. You know, but you're gonna have plenty of time. We're years away for this thing being launched. You're gonna have plenty of time to know whether or not you want to do this. Okay. And then well, and then so the last thing that I want to say on this, just know that there is a referral program with creating an account. So you don't have to buy anything. It's not when you buy it, but it's when you create a new account. And so if this is something that you're looking at or maybe want to do, I do have the referral code to this, my referral code in, it's going to be in all my videos from now on, but it's in the description of this one right now. And basically when you buy something, I get like a percentage of like in-game money to, not in-game money, but like their shop money to buy cosmetics. And then I think I can use it towards my sub costs, but I'm not sure. So basically it's just like an affiliate link on Amazon. It's the same it's a similar thing. Okay. So if somebody does want to do it, you know, you can consider doing that if you want to. Honestly, Xhehi, this stuff right here, like, yeah, well, that would be awesome. And it's not buying, it's just creating account. When you create the account, you need to put the referral in, right? So even if you were to create an account now and not buy, you would still put it in now, if that makes sense. Again, this is May 1st, right? That is, you know, 4.5, 5 months away. All right. And that's assuming that I can finish Satisfactory before then. I will not start this until I'm done with the Satisfactory playthrough. All right. And so because I want to push the Satisfactory playthrough, you know, and I'll be talking more about this and stuff during streams, because I'm really getting into like how it works and all this stuff. So I'm not going to go all through this now, but as you know, as I stream over the course of the next few months, I'll be excited about it. I'm going to talk about this all the time. Right. But I've committed. We're finishing the cyberpunk playthrough before we start on Ashes of Creation content. There is a little bit of player building in here, but it is nothing like Satisfactory, unfortunately. So there really isn't going to be anything like that. I will be no longer constructing factories. I will be constructing an organization of people. So I will be building a guild, no, not factories. But like I said, there may be some room for other games on the side. So we'll see. But that's the basic plan. I'll talk a lot about that over the course of the next few months. Mark, good morning. I hope you are not affected by the bad fires. Best wishes, got to California. Yeah, so I'm in Northern California, Mark, and you know, there may be people all over the world that don't, you know, if you're an American, you have a good idea of how big California is. But if you are not, a lot of Europe has no idea how big California is, or, you know, Australians, you kind of get an idea. I am very far from the forest fires, luckily. I am very far. If I got in the car right now, it would take me 6 to 7 hours to drive to those fires. Okay, I am about 6 to 7 hours drive away. So I'm very far. There's no smoke for me, nothing. But yeah, it is bad. It is really, really, really bad. And it is some horrible combination of bad forest management and the fact that, I mean, California does not get rain, and LA is a desert, people. Like it's a freaking desert. And why we decided to make one of the largest cities in the United States in a freaking desert, I will never understand. But it is. And unfortunately, it hasn't rained there in 8 months, you know, and it did rain very, very heavily there. I think aren't we out of, I think I want to say we were coming out of El Nino and going into La Nina. Is that right? I can't remember, but California has been getting a lot of water the last few years, and now we're switching back into a drought, and we do not have good water management. We don't have good water management, and we don't have good forest management, and it sucks. We're bad at it in California, and I can't tell you, well, I know why, but I won't say why, because the people in charge are dumb, basically. We have bad management of our resources, and this is the result, unfortunately. There are some really terrible, it's Palace, isn't it Palace? It's Palace. Let's see, let's just do fires in SoCal. I can't, yeah, I couldn't think of the, Palisades. Yeah, Palisades. How do the Palisades fires? Yeah, 5 more dead, 2,000 structures burned. It's really bad. It's in the Hollywood Hills. It's really bad. Right. It's really bad. So, but I'm very far away from it. I am safe. My family is safe. It's not something I have to personally worry about. Yeah, Palisades. And I hope everybody down there, you know, stays safe. And, you know, it is January. It would be nice if it rained. But I'm pretty sure that La Nina, I think we're going into La Nina. And I'm pretty sure that that's for us on the west coast of the United States. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the fire hydrants freaking ran dry. It's bad water management. I mean, yes, is the climate doing crazy things? Yes. Could have we, as smart Homo sapiens, done better? Also, yes. So, anyway, but yeah, I'm okay. Okay, so let's see if we can actually get some work done on this. Although I do just enjoy chatting with you guys. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go through and we're gonna edit out my audio, and there's gonna be some times where I restarted and some uhs and stuff like that, and I'm gonna clean that up and try to edit it in a way that flows well. And then we're gonna get rid of basically all of the video here. We don't need any of this video. So all I did here right now, this video track and this audio track, when I click on one, it selects both because they're linked. YouTube video production masterclass win. Well, we're gonna have one right now, although I wouldn't call it a masterclass. Right now, you click on it and you see how they're linked, and I can move them both together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this chain, and what that chain does is it temporarily unlinks them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit backspace, and I'm going to kill the video. Because we don't need the video. Again, we're going to have to edit some, records or steal some footage from earlier videos of mine to put under this. Okay? Basically, we're talking about, this is me talking about making factories. I want to show in the introduction portion of this, the factories that I've made. Hey, Billy. Yeah, only video editing tonight. We might do some recording. Billy, you should definitely go back either on YouTube or on Twitch and listen to the prior 20 minutes of me talking. All right, from this VOD, 20 minutes to 40 minutes. Okay, I talk about plans for the channel and why I'm spending time editing right now and why I'm not playing. But don't feel bad, because there's a lot of Satisfactory content coming. There's a lot. More than you can handle. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna listen to this. Let's turn on my, let's see if my speed editor will turn on. Okay, okay, so I have a the Blackmagic speed editor. I showed it earlier, and this gives me really fine control with this dial on my control. armchair guru, always down to pick up editing tips. Well, hopefully I have some tips to share. I am an amateur at best. So what we're gonna do, because we don't need this audio up here, or this video up here, we're gonna kind of rearrange things so that we can see the waveforms nice and big for you guys. Okay, let's go even bigger. Can we go bigger? Yeah. All right, so this next few minutes is maybe going to be, you know, I don't know if it's going to be irritating to you guys. Listening to my own voice is always a little irritating to me, but maybe you guys are used to it. Hopefully you guys are used to it. Again, I'm going to try to not talk too much live. I'm going to focus on editing my voice, but all I'm really doing is cleaning things up, making it sound natural. I'll get rid of breaths. I'll get rid of uhs. I might employ, if I do employ any tools besides just cutting and splicing, I'll talk about what I'm doing if and when I do that. All right. So I'm going to shut up for a minute. We can turn the music up a hair, and I'm going to edit this this audio. All right. Again, any questions, please ask me and we'll talk about them. All right, here we go.
My name is Ken, and in this video, I'm going to show you how I've learned to plan, design, and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory.
Obviously, we have to splice some of that in.
Modular factories in my over.
Oh, I started right there in my. I'm gonna chop this, see how this sounds.
And design and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory.
Pretty good.
Plan, design, and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory.
All right. I actually have a lot more now because I have almost 2,000. I wonder if it's worth. It's probably not worth re-recording that. Let's see how much I have. 1914, so I don't quite have 2,000. All right, I also have to fix this over here.
And in this video, I'm going to show you how I've learned to plan, design, and build modular. Plan, design, and build.
Be right there.
Show you how I've learned to plan, design, and build modular.
I want to see what this little nub is.
How I've learned to plan.
Okay, that was just me hitting the P plosive twice, so we don't need that. All right, this should be it.
Ken, and in this video, I'm going to show you how I've learned to plan, design, and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory.
Okay, and we're just going to keep going.
Satisfactory. Plan, design, and build modular.
Oh, I did it again.
Plan, design, and build modular factories. Plan, design, and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory.
Ooh.
Plan, design, and build modular factories in my over 1,800 hours in Satisfactory.
I think this first thing was fine.
I'm going to take you step by step.
So I don't think we need that.
I'm going to take you step by step from the concept to the final product. I considered breaking down this video.
Okay, and so when I'm recording this, if I flub it or if I'm not happy, I just start it over. I don't go or whatever. I just start it over because I don't want to waste any time in the editing process when I'm recording. So I just pick a point quickly to go back to give myself plenty of overlap in the editing room, and then I just keep going.
Factory. I'm going to take you step by step from the concept to the final product. I considered breaking down.
All right, that's a little bit too long of a break.
I considered breaking down this video into parts, but instead I'm creating a one-stop video so everything will be in one place.
That all sounds good. Hey, Frednick Teddy, thank you for the resub. Howdy yourself.
Everything will be in one place. Look for chapters to help you find what you need.
Do a little bit. So what I try to do is if the next sentence is directly related to the prior idea, I keep the spacing pretty short. But if I try to space it out a little bit more, if I'm switching ideas, and that helps subconsciously people follow what you're saying. And then that's at least a starting point. And then I'll I'll adjust it as what feels right. The other thing is too, when I put video and music under this, I'll probably move this stuff around subtly to make things line up better. So, I'm not trying to get exactness here. I'm just trying to make it sound relatively natural. It also helps with visual transitions. Yeah, longer pause, right? And when, like I said, and exactly, as I just said, when I do a visual transition, right, and if it makes sense, I'll rearrange some stuff, right? This is just to get us close. Get rid of the extra stuff. Make it sound close to what I want.
One place. Look for chapters to help you find what you need. Even though I plan on moving quickly, this video is going to be much longer than the typical tutorial video, so buckle up. I always knew blueprints could be...
So bigger space here, because we're kind of changing ideas.
I always knew blueprints could be used to build modular
There we go.
I always knew blueprints could be used to build modular quickly.
Had a little hiccup with my computer there.
I always knew blueprints could be used to build modular factories quickly. But at first, I had to build modular factories. Could be used to build modular factories quickly.
All right.
Build modular factories quickly. But at first, I had a very difficult time figuring out the best way to use them.
All right, let's bring this in a little bit.
First, I had a very difficult to use them. Throughout both my Star Wars.
There we go. And then also, typically what I try to do when I'm recording is if I feel like I nailed it, I don't do another one. Because, like, I don't do one for safety, right? Because it helps me when I'm editing to know that the last one that I did is most likely the best one. You know what I mean? And otherwise I'm listening to 3 or 4 or 5 clips to try to find the best one. When if I do it this way, then I always try to find the last one. There's some exceptions to that, but that's what I sort of try to do generally.
Use them. Throughout both my Star Wars Update 8 playthrough and my current 1.0 playthrough, I've learned by doing. Every minute of that
Okay, we'll bring this up.
Every minute of that iteration and trial and error is recorded in real time as part of my VOD series. So if this video goes too...
I think we can bring that up a lot.
So if this video goes too quickly for you and you want to see more detail, every minute of that iteration and trial and error is recorded in real time as part of my VOD series. So if this video goes too quickly...
I started the whole thing over. What did I do that for?
Every minute of that iteration and trial and error is recorded in real time as part of my VOD series. So every minute of that iteration and trial and error is recorded in real time as part of my VOD series.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Every minute of that iteration and trial and error my VOD series. So if this video goes too quickly for you and you want to see in more detail, I'll leave links to the description. If this video goes too quickly for you and you want to see more detail,
I like this better. Bring that up there.
Too quickly for you and you want to see in more detail, I'll leave links to the for you, and you want to see in more detail. I'll leave links to
A little bit more.
to the descriptions of the best VODs for you to dive deeper into the process. My goal with this tutorial is to teach you how to plan. Design, and build your own factories.
Yeah, so Armchair Guru, I built so Satisfactory had update 8, and that was kind of that era of the build. Right now we're in 1.0. If you're not super familiar with Satisfactory, I don't know if you are. We're in 1.0 right now, and so I had to start a new playthrough and a new theme when 1.0 came out in September. And so what I'm referring to here is my channel and my build before September of 2024, my update 8, and then my theme in that time was Star Wars. So I built a bunch of Star Wars stuff in game, including a Super Star Destroyer. I built the Senate building. I built the Imperial Tower on oh my gosh, I said this word so many times, and now I'm blanking on it. Scarif, the Imperial Tower on Scarif, and I built a Jedi temple. No worries to be sorry. I built a Jedi temple factory as well. So I built these giant mega factories that were all Star Wars themed. So that's why the Star Wars reference.
Build your own factories, not give you something to copy.
Well, let's cut this down a little bit. Let's how's this
You
one
had a
sound?
plan. Design and build your own factory.
Cut that down too a little.
Design and build your own factories, not give you something to copy. I want to share with you my method and process. I want to share with you my method and process so that you can plan the factory that fits your playstyle and needs, and design the blueprints that fit your style. Build a man a fire, and he'll build a man style and needs, and design the blueprints that fit your style. Build a man a fire. Build a man a fire, and he'll be warm for a night. Light a man on fire, and he'll be warm for the rest of his life.
I don't know, I might cut that out. It's funny. We'll see.
Of course, this isn't the only way to plan and design your factories. There are many options out there. This is just one possible avenue for you to try.
Well, let's clean this up a smidge. Clean that up a smidge. Just bring it in.
Design your factories. There are many options out there. This is just one possible avenue for you to try. For this walkthrough, I'm going to use a rocket fuel factory as our model. I believe it's a factory everyone will need to make, and make large. Who wants to beat the game? The combinations of liquids, byproducts, and size. I believe it's a factory everyone will need to make, and make large. Who wants to beat the game? The combinations of liquids, byproducts, and size also make it a great candidate. I know many people get overwhelmed. I know many people get overwhelmed at about this stage in the game, and I want to break this process down so you can work through it and beat the game on your own terms. I know many people get overwhelmed.
All right, let's see where I want to cut in new dialogue.
And I want to break this process. I know many people get overwhelmed at about this stage in the game, and I want to break this process down so you can work through it and beat the game on your own term.
You can probably cut it. I want to break this process down. I think this over here is fine.
I want to break this process down so you can work through. I know many people get overwhelmed at about this stage in the game. I know many people get overwhelmed at about this stage in the game, and I want to break down this process so you can work through it and beat the game on your own terms.
That whole phrase is better. We'll just grab the whole phrase here.
I know many people get overwhelmed at I know many people
This is starting here. I'll bring this in a little bit. All right, where is our start?
Candidate. I know many people get
right here. So I'm just going to take this, bring it all the way down, and then get rid of that. All right, let's give this a listen.
to make it a great candidate. I know many people get overwhelmed at about this stage in the game, and I want to break down this process so you can work through it and beat the game on your own terms.
Hey, I like it. This looks like a bunch of restarts.
Sections of the video will be broken down in the following way. Factory planning.
We're already almost done with this.
In the following way. Factory planning in satisfactorytools.com. How much rocket fuel will we make? What recipes will we use?
It kind of dropped the word what on me here. Let's see if we can save this.
What recipes will we use?
Yeah. So I can definitely increase the volume. I'm just putting a little split here, and I can increase the volume on what, and I'll try to get the waveform about the same size as the rest of the waveform is.
What recipes will we use?
Yeah, perfect, right? So here's after.
What fuel will we make? What recipes will we use?
This was before.
What recipes will we use?
Can't even hear what. It's kind of like, what recipes? But if I get that volume up.
Will we make? What recipes will we use?
Perfect. I increased the volume on this one 8.6 decibels up here. And saved it.
What recipes will we use? And what are our input limitations based on location?
I could not say that.
Will we use? What are our input limitations based on location?
Is there an and?
And what are our input? And what are
I kind of want the and.
And what are
All right, so let's see if we can get the and in there.
What are and what are
So I'm going to try to flip it at the W sound and then go halfway through this W sound. Let's see what this sounds like.
And what are our input limitations based on location? These will we use? And what are our input limitations based on location?
I like it. I will increase the and just like a couple of decibels.
And what are our input limitations based on location?
Yep. I can't even tell that I didn't actually say it that way the first time.
Now there are several different factory planning solutions out there. Satisfactory tool.
It looks like this is the last one.
Now there are several different factory planning solutions out there. This Satisfactory tool solutions out there. Satisfactorytools.com is my preferred tool, but I would encourage everyone to give them each a try. I would encourage everyone to try them. I would encourage everyone to see which one is right for you. For this video though, I would encourage everyone to see which one is right for you. But I would encourage everyone to give them each a try. Encourage everyone to see which one is right for you. But I would encourage everyone to encourage everyone to see which one, but I would encourage everyone to give.
Let's see if we can break it at the 2.
Encourage everyone to give. But I would encourage everyone to see which one. Everyone to see which one.
All right, let's see how this sounds right up against each other.
But I would encourage everyone to see which one is right for you. But I would encourage everyone to see which one is right for
Almost.
you. I would encourage everyone to see which one is right for you.
Perfect.
For this video, though, we'll be using satisfactorytools.com.
Oh, so I want to talk about the shortcuts that I'm using in my with my left hand here. There's really mostly 3. Hey, Ray, I got it right that time. So there's really only 3. I'm using split mostly right now. There are a couple more that I use. I'll show you how they work. Basically, I've got a button set up for Q, and when I hit Q, it does 2 things. It does, well, 3 things actually. 2 things. It puts a split right where my playhead is, and then it drags everything forward of the playhead back to the last split. And it does that in 1 button. Okay, so when I hit Q, it goes like that. Okay. Except, there we go. Was it doing that? Oh, I have this up here. Okay, so here's what happened. Remember how I turned off the linked selection? I forgot to turn it back on, and we've been editing this audio, but not this. And so it's all out of sync. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of it anyway, because there's no game sound that we need. This is the only audio track that we need. So that's why that was being funky. Oh, and then the other one that I have is W, which just like Q brings it back, W goes from the playhead forward. Right, so this is W, and that's Q. So these are the ones I use. Ray, I honestly thought the audio was tripping out for a moment before I realized what you were doing. Yeah, well, you know.
For this video, though, we'll be using satisfactorytools.com.
You know, and I can hit Q there to splice that up.
The next step will be designing the blueprints in game. Which processes will be combined together to make it? What are the blueprints in?
Oh. Is it doing that?
Game.
Oh well.
Which processes will be combined together to make into a blueprint? What are the blueprints? Inputs and outputs. And how many of each will we need?
That's probably good. How are you tonight, Ray? Yep, just watched your announcement. Gotta love more streams and seeing the Cyberpunk City come together by May. Yeah, Ray, so from about 20 minutes in this VOD till about 40 minutes, I kind of go through a long announcement. You should definitely check it out. But basically, I'm going to be fast tracking my Satisfactory play and trying to finish the city by May. The goal is early May, but chances are I won't finish it early May and it'll end up being late May, but we'll see. And I won't be rushing it. I'll just be streaming more. If that makes sense.
How many of each will we need? Next, we're going to go over we need. Next, we're going to go over factory layout planning in Excel. Now this right here, Excel. Now this right here to me is the secret sauce. This is what I've come up with to really help. The secret sauce. This is what I've come up with to really help me. This is what I've come up with to really help me translate from planning into production in game. I believe this step makes construction of the factory much. This is what I've come up with to. This is what I've come up with to really help me translate. All
right, we really gotta cut that down.
Really help me translate from planning in.
You're off today, but still had to go into work twice. Gross.
Translate, help me translate from planning up with to really help me translate. Help me with to really help me translate from planning into production in game. I believe this step makes construction of the factory much easier. I believe this step makes construction of the factory.
I figured as much as you're enjoying Satisfactory, there's a part of you eager to move on. Yeah, and I talked about this in more detail, and I will talk about this a lot over the coming months. I am an MMO player. You know, my first, I mean, not my first games, right? My first games were DOS games, right? But like, I played Commander Keen, right? But like, my first like real game was Star Wars Galaxies. I was 17, I think, when it came out, 17 or 18. It was the summer after I graduated high school. And I think, I don't know, hold on. I might be lying to you guys. When did Star Wars Galaxies come out? Okay, June 25th, 2003. So it was, I graduated in 2002. So it was between my freshman and sophomore years of college that this game came out. I mean, seeing this right here, I can't really explain to you the emotional feeling that I get when I see this. Like, this is this is bad. Okay, when I see this. Mos Eisley. So this was it. This was right, and the open sandbox nature. Yes, Star Wars. You guys know I love Star Wars, right? But like the open sandbox nature of it, the way they did the crafting, you know, all that stuff. I've been looking for an MMO that was this good ever since. Now I played a bunch of MMOs, including WoW, but the one that got me hooked, like after this, I played this until it died. When did Star Wars Galaxies die? I don't think I played it till 2011. I don't think I played it till 2011. I probably played it 5-ish years, I want to say. 5 or 6 years. I definitely played it through all of college. By the time I graduated college I played it for 5 years because I started playing World of Warcraft at the end of college. Okay, so and then I played that for a few years. But I would say 4 to 5 years I played Star Wars Galaxies. I didn't like the direction that they took. And apparently neither did anybody else because it died. But actually, Star Wars Galaxies came out before World of Warcraft, so it came out before. And then Guild Wars 2. I played Guild Wars 2 for probably 8 years. I mean, we're talking 10,000 hours. I played Guild Wars 2. And I almost exclusively was a raid leader of PvP. PvP is my jam. It's my favorite. I played night after night after night after night of raid leading PvP. We're talking anywhere from a party of 10 versus 10 to up to 60 versus 60 versus 60. It was actually a three team sort of free for all, open world, large scale PvP. I absolutely loved it. And again, I quit because I didn't like the direction that they were taking it. They made too many changes and it wasn't what I had grown to love. And so I believe that the MMO that I'm going to be playing later this year after I finish Satisfactory is going to have aspects of both of those favorite MMOs that I played and some good aspects of other ones. Arcade is a terrible MMO, but it had a couple of really awesome mechanics within it that I really enjoyed. And ironically, some of those mechanics are going to be in Ashes of Creation. So I love factory games, but like factory games aren't my like true love. You know? So you know, it'll be fun to get to that. But before we do that, we have to finish our Satisfactory playthrough. Before we do that, we have to finish this video that I half-assed started, and that's what we're working on tonight. So there we go.
Much easier.
Where were
Production in game. I believe this step makes construction of game. I believe this step makes construction.
Cut out I'm just saying believe instead of I believe.
I believe this step makes construction of the factory much easier, and it also helps to avoid liquid issues. Finally, I'm going to show you how the...
If I can steal an eye from somewhere else.
Finally, I'm going to show you how...
Let's see if we can steal this eye. Might be enough.
I believe this step makes... in game. I believe this step makes...
Ugh, sounds gross.
In game. I believe this step makes... in game. I believe this step makes... in game. I believe this step makes...
It's like, bleh.
I believe this step makes... I believe this step makes... in game. I believe this step makes...
Better. It's better than without the eye. But...
I believe this step makes... I believe this step makes...
That's not bad. All right, let's listen to it on a full run without pausing.
From planning into production in game. I believe this step makes construction of the factory much easier, and it also helps to avoid liquid issues.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but I think it'll work.
Much easier, and it also helps to avoid liquid issues. Finally, I'm going to show you how the factory construction. Now, I'm not going to build avoid liquid issues. Finally, factory construction. Now I'm not going to build this factory construction. Now I'm not going to build this factory in its entirety, but I will put together the blueprints, link them up, show you how they work in its entirety, but I will put together the blueprints, link them up, show you how they work so that you can get a feel. Blueprints, link them up, show you how they work so that you can get a feel for how how the final
Pick it up for at the 4.
Show you how they work so that you can get a feel for how the final product and how the final so you can get a feel for how.
Here we go.
Show you how they work so that you can get a how they work.
What program am I editing in? This is DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is free. They have a free version and then they have a paid version. The paid version is a one-time purchase. Okay. And the free version, you can do the vast majority of projects that you need to do, you can do with the free version. The paid version allows you to do 8K, I think. It also allows you to do some of their AI tools, and it's not AI the way that you might think of AI. It's not like AI image generation or whatever. It's like some AI calculation. They have some tools that they apply to audio to clean, like, you know, audio cleaning. It's things like that. It's not like AI, you know, it's not the news AI. It's really good tools to help you do what you want to do. Like masking, there's an AI masking that you can apply to something. I mean, let's see if I could like do one real quick. I don't know if it's worth it, but like, see if I can like clip something here. Right, and then you can go in here, and then let's say it's been a while since I've done this. It's like tracking. There's some tools. I'm not in a spot where I could figure it out if I had to, but I can't do it quickly off the top of my head. There's some nice stuff for audio that you can clean up. Dialogue leveler, dialogue isolation. I actually use dialogue isolation a lot when I'm editing my videos, because a lot of times when I'm talking, you can hear the clicking of the keyboard, and the dialogue isolation helps pull that out. I think this is a tool that has some of their, it's not exactly AI, but it has some of their higher computing work on it. Those are the types of things that aren't available in the paid version. But again, the paid version, it's not like Adobe. It's one time. I think it's a couple $100, $300 maybe, and then you own it, and you get all the updates for free. DaVinci Resolve is known for their color grading. They have very good color grading, but they have, you know, are they the industry standard for editing? You know, probably not. Probably either, you know, Final Cut or, you know, the Apple one and the Adobe one probably are. But for me, this works because it's not a monthly payment. It's really powerful. Relic dropping in for a quick hi and thank you for this video you're putting together right now. This is a perfect timing. I think I need to redesign my mega factory blueprints. Yeah, Relic, actually, you talking in my Discord, the Discord, about you needing to, you know, you were working on your factory plan and your blueprints. I thought about this. I thought about you, and I was like, oh man, I got to get this video done. I did think about you, this video when you were talking about what you were working on. All right, let's keep going.
Helps to avoid liquid issues. Finally, factory construction. Now I'm not going to build
a little more space there.
Build this factory in its entirety, but I will put together the blueprints, link them up, show you how they work. Blueprints, link together the blueprints, link.
I'm just gonna move this prints up a little bit. It seemed a little awkward.
I will put together the blueprints, link them.
And now that was too fast.
Put together the blueprints, link them up, show you how they work. You can get a feel for how the.
Okay, where were we?
So you can get a feel for.
We were gonna bring this guy up.
How they work, so you can get a feel for how the them up, show you how they work, so you can get a feel for how the factory is going to come together for you. Now, the first thing we want to do for you.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate it for sure. Yeah, of course.
It's going to come together for you. Now, the first thing we want to do is we want to define our goals. For the purposes of this video, define our goals. For the purposes of this video, we're going to be making a video. We're going to be making a. As I said, for the purposes of this video, as I said, we're going to be using a rocket. We're going to be designing a rocket fuel factory, and for that rocket fuel factory.
Man, I was having a problem here.
For purposes of this video, as I said, we're going to be using a rocket. We're going to be designing a rocket fuel factory.
I think I have to use this piece.
As I said, for the purposes of this video.
And then there.
For the purposes of this
actually goes there. We get rid of this.
Purposes of this video, as I said, we're going to be a rocket. Of this video, as I said, we're going to be designing a rocket fuel factory. And for that rocket fuel factory, we're going to limit. And for that rocket fuel factory, we're going to limit our For that rocket fuel factory, we're going to. For that rocket. And for that rocket fuel factory. For that rocket fuel factory,
yeah, I was really having a problem. Okay, all this can come up. All right, let's zoom back in.
To be designing a rocket fuel factory, and for that rocket fuel factory,
a little bit tighter.
Rocket fuel factory, and for that rocket.
You should do one of you making the thumbnail. Yeah, I can make the thumbnail too. I'll make it as part of it. I actually go really fast on the thumbnail. I've kind of got a system down, but I'll show you guys that. Yeah, it's really a combination of two programs. I use Affinity Pro, which is kind of like the free version of like Photoshop. I barely know how to use it. I know how to use like maybe 5% or probably less of the capabilities, right? And then I do a little bit of image editing on it, just clean up a couple things. And then I use Canva to actually make the thumbnail using that other image. And so I can show you guys the thumbnail as well. Probably won't be tonight. That'll probably be the last thing I do when I finish the video. Backseat quarterback, it's so odd listening to you editing audio. Can't tell you from the real you. Really? Is it really that close? It's gotta sound somewhat differently.
A rocket fuel factory, and for that rocket fuel factory, we're gonna limit our inputs using only those that are available in the blue crater. Some additional goals for this factory.
Ugh, I can't believe I didn't record that again. It's not
using
great.
Only those that are available in the blue crater.
The blue crater.
Available in the blue crater.
Let's see if we can fix this up a little bit. Try. What I'm doing here is I put a freaking, what is this called? My mind is blanking. A keyframe. Can't remember what this is called. Anyway, I put a point on the volume that locks it, and then I move the end of the volume up, right? And if I didn't put that point in, and I move the volume and move the whole thing, but because I'm putting a point here, and then I'm moving the playhead, I'm just trying to increase where it got quiet here. I'm trying to get the you sound a bit more upbeat in the audio clips. Yeah, well, I was talking a bit more upbeat. You guys get the normal downtrodden, depressed version, the live kin. By the way, I've also decided mentally, I've made the mental decision that down the road, sometime when I do Ashes of Creation, if I start growing the way I want to grow with all this live streaming, I will start using a camera. I am going to try to lose a little weight between now and then, though. So we'll see. But I did sort of make that decision in my head. This is ironic for me. I'm working on my rocket fuel factory right now. Nice. Okay, so let's see how this works. All I tried to do, really, this was before. See how small these waveforms are? I just tried to increase them so that they're about the same size. I'm just eyeballing them so that they're a little bit closer in size to these other things. So let's see what this sounds like.
Only those that are available in the blue crater. Well, in the blue crater.
The volume is good, but the way I said blue crater is a little awkward. So I'm gonna see if I can clean it up.
Those that are available in the blue crater.
It's still awkward for sure.
That are available in the blue crater.
That's worse.
That are available in the blue crater. Those that are available in the blue crater.
Let's do something similar here.
In the blue crater.
That's better.
Some additional goals for this factory.
All right, that's probably fine.
In the blue crater.
If you'd like, if you do your face reveal, some of us can too. Might make you a bit more comfortable. You know, honestly, I'm not super uncomfortable about it. I have a pretty I don't like my picture being taken. I'm that guy. I just don't think I take good pictures. But the thing is, like, when I started my channel, I wanted my content to be about the game. You know, and it to be, I don't know, it's not exactly the right word, but sort of like pure, like undistracted, right? And even now on YouTube, on the YouTube feed, I don't have any overlays. I don't do anything, right? I just wanted to show the game, right? Make my channel about the game. But my channel is evolving, right? And especially as I start to play different games, my channel is going to become more and more about me, you know, and what I can bring, you know, the chatting that I do. I've gotten much better at live streaming than, I mean, if you go back to you can go back to my first VOD. You just go to my channel and you go to oldest video. It actually has done very well. A lot of YouTubers, their first videos have like 20 views. Here, I'll show you. That is not the case with me at all. Let's duplicate this tab. Then let's go to the studio. So if we go to these are live streams, these are VODs really. Let's go to the oldest stuff. I have 191 live streams. Really? Rows per page? Why can't you just skip to the end, my bro? Here we go. Getting started. 4-hour VOD. This dude has almost 15,000 views. That's a lot. 340 likes. The audio is so bad. You guys want to listen to the audio? Here, let's listen to the audio. This is how bad the audio was. And I was really bad at doing it. My tech wasn't very good. I think I was using a Blue Yeti that wasn't correctly, set up. You are the content? You are the content. No, not an ad. Why? Now I know what you guys feel like. Here we go. Okay, Northern Forest. Here we are. Now I do have a... Hold on, I'm gonna turn it up. Let me turn off my little side music. Let's make fun of how bad my first VOD is. Okay, Northern Forest. Here we are. Now I do have a very specific place in mind. So the music's the same. We are going to head that direction. We got the Xeno Zapper ready. I'm not 100% sure where we are, but I know the general area. Now, the reason it's so jumpy is a combination of two things. A, my settings weren't dialed in, but also B, this was the first date of Update 8 experimental. So they put out some patches to clean this up like 2 days later, you know? But yeah, this was you can tell the difference in the audio, right? From now to this. Yeah, we're getting a little jumpy. You know, so anyway, this was my first VOD. This was my first channel. I mean, you guys, I was so freaking nervous. Nobody was watching. These 14,000 views, none of them happened while well, not none of them. A few people popped in, but like, I mean, we're talking maybe 10 happen live. These all happen later, you know? So that was my first VOD. That was June of 2023. So there you go. Let's see if I can't reload my settings here. 1 second on my sound settings.
Some additional goals for this factory.
Oh, sorry, it's a little loud. Ouch in my ears. Yeah. No, it's all good. I got better, right? I mean, you know. YouTube is almost always late to the party, but eventually it gets there. Well, I got lucky. I did. I mean, I worked hard. It's like Wayne Gretzky, right? The harder I work, the luckier I get. I did work hard, but I also got a little lucky. So I made sure that I made use of that luck. But, you know, I don't know. I think my content's fine. I think it was fine then. I think it's better now. But I have a long way to go. I want to get better at this. I really enjoy it. That's the thing. I enjoy talking to you guys. I enjoy meeting new people. I enjoy, you know, chatting about stuff. You know, I like telling like old man stories, like, you know, just talking about life and, you know, and all sorts of shit, right? Like I like that stuff, but I also like playing video games. I love playing MMOs, right? I love building like teams. I love raid leading. You guys, when I start raid leading PvP, you guys are gonna hear some shit from me that you have never heard. Like, I'll be a different person for a little while, right? Then I'm back to me, but like, you know, a different person takes over for a while, and we're, you know, it should be much. It'll be good. It'll be good. I'm very intense. You know, will there be some swearing? Maybe a little bit. I always take the blame. You know, I expect a lot out of myself, and I expect a lot out of the people that are following, but you know, it'll be fun, right? I'm really looking forward to it. And honestly too, I've thought about this a lot. Sorry, I'm on story time tonight. I know we're trying to edit a video, but I'm also doing a story time a lot. There are things that I did raid leading that I would pay enormous amounts of money to have on record, right? If I was recording or streaming, right, and had the VOD, there are nights, like there's one night in particular. I'll try not to get too much into the details, but basically we had this weeks-long competition. It was called Seasons, and the competition was turned up to 11. We were just like, if you ever played Guild Wars 2 World v World, you know what I'm talking about. It was intense. And on Friday nights, we would have reset, okay? And reset would on Friday nights, it would reset the score basically. And so you start out Friday night, you try to get through the queue into the game, and you organize your people, and we had like these here, let me pull up some visual aids. I said I wasn't going to do this. Alpine map, World v World, Guild Wars 2. Yes. Image a new tab. Yes. Let's do copy image. We're doing story time, and this may happen more and more often, guys, because I actually really like story time. Let's do a yellow color, and let's do, see that? We'll do a little bigger. There we go. Okay, so here's your three. Here's spawn point 1, spawn point 2, and spawn point 3. Okay, there were 3 teams on this map. This map is big. It would take maybe 20 minutes to run from like here to here, right? It's big. It's not huge, but it's big, right? And by the way, there were 4 maps like this all at the same time, right? And so, you know, we were server 1. We'll call this Blackgate. Okay, this was server 2. We'll call this Jade Quarry, and this is server 3. We'll call these the effing losers. Sorry, Sanctum of Raw. Okay, and so I may have some anger issues left over from this. And so our job was to really, our corner of the map was right here, right? And we had to keep Bay. Right, so Bay is here, Hills is here, and Garrison is here, right? And so depending on, you know, what side, and by the way, there were 3 versions of this map, right? And so there was a version where Blackgate was over here, and then there was a version where Blackgate was over here. So it's even in the sense that there are 3 maps, but the map that my guild was assigned to in this one particular night that I'm telling the story of was, we were set up here, right? Now we were winning. It was maybe 3 or 4 weeks into this like 10-week season, and we were stomping the shit out of both these teams. And these teams got together, and all is fair in love and war, okay? And that's fine. These teams got together and they decided that they were never going to hit each other. Typically what happens is, like, you'll get a double team on you. Like, you'll get hit here and here for like a couple hours, maybe. Usually it's not even that long. And then the fight ebbs and flows, right? And then maybe like maybe my team, they come up and we wipe this team, right? And then I got really good at getting the double team off of me, but maybe really quickly then after I kill this team that's coming out of here, I run over and I show these guys that we're attacking this tower, right? Well, you would pop red X's on the map, right? You'd pop this X that everybody could see, right? These guys could see it too, right? So I've just killed them. I would immediately run over here and then I would show that, hey guys, I'm attacking this tower, right? And then these guys would respawn and then they would see, ooh, like what would you do? Well, they would hit this tower. They would hit this keep, right? And now all of a sudden the double team isn't on me, it's on them. Right, and then we double team and we hit them for a while, and maybe I take this tower and maybe this team takes that tower and we wipe these dudes off the map. But then we get bored because they're gone, and so then we start fighting each other. And then while we're fighting each other, right, these guys come back and they retake their shit. That's basically what would happen, right? That was typically what would happen. This particular night, everybody got together and they decided that for the entire week, these guys would not hit each other at all. And so they just hit us over and over and over. And I wasn't always better than them. Okay, my guild, my team, my side, my server, my skills, I wasn't always better than them. Okay, I'm not going to say that I beat them every time I played for 7 years. But tonight I was. That night I was way better than them. We wiped the shit out of them over and over and over again. Okay. So basically we had lost this tower and all I was trying to do is keep bay. Now there's a supply camp here and there's these little slow ass caravans. They're called yaks that would run supply and you had to keep them alive. But if you got enough supply into bay, the walls would upgrade and then you could buy, siege weapons and you could upgrade gates and stuff like that. And when you did upgrade it, when it popped up an upgrade, everything got repaired. Okay. They were killing almost every single one. We got like one yak in 10. And basically what I would do is, and all the walls were down, right? All of these walls, they were all breached. Right. Actually, in this picture, the walls are breached. They're currently breached. OK, all of these walls, all this gates, all this stuff, all the shit was down. Right. This gate was down, too. All right. And so all I could do, I'd take my group. I don't even know if we lost because all it would take is us losing one engagement. Like if we lost one fight while we had to respawn here, they would walk in and they would cap the bay. And I literally ran from this side to this side, right? This Zerg would be coming in, I'd kill him. Okay. And then I'd run back up here. This Zerg was coming in, I'd kill him. We did it over and over and over again for 4 hours. And then finally, this upgraded. And it's so demoralizing because when we would kill the other team, they would drop a bunch of money. Basically, it wasn't their money. Like they weren't losing their own money, but we were getting money. We were getting paid. Okay, and we were killing them over and over and over, and it was disgusting. And then their strength would get a little bit less every time we beat them, right? Because a couple people would log out, or maybe they would say, oh, I'm not going to go help this. I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to upgrade. Or there was some PvE shit that you could do up in those corners, right? They would go do something else, right? Because they didn't like getting killed. We did it for 4 hours. Now, and it was so much fun. We were yelling, we were screaming. Like I had 60 people in one. We used TeamSpeak 3 at the time, or 2, I can't remember. And it was awesome fun. And then this upgraded. And then we're just like, oh my God. Like I was so focused for hours. And then my wife comes into the room and tells me that her water has broken. And my third daughter is coming. And so my brother, luckily, he was just, well, he wasn't quite as good as I was, but he was also a raid leader, and he was on the map. And so I tagged down, he tagged up. I remember we were in this tower. We were in this tower, and I tagged down. He took over the raid, and he raided all night long, probably another 6 to 10 hours, while I was in the hospital, having, my wife having our third baby. So that baby is 11 now. This was 11 years ago that this happened. This was probably the most fun, the greatest night of gaming I've ever played. I can't think of another night. There were some other things that I did with this, there were some other things that were close. I could tell you 4, 5, 6 awesome stories like this. This is number one. It doesn't get better than this. It was yeah, kids will interrupt you every time. It was awesome, right? And again, I played this for a long time. It got really tough to play because it kind of went downhill, and you could only play so many nights trying to recreate a moment like this that never happens again, because there's a whole long list of why this could never happen again. I'm sure somebody somewhere had fun, but my time was over. I retired after about 7 years of this. But this is what I love doing. Now, I love building my factory. I love relaxing. I'm 11 years older than I was then, right? But I'm feeling it, and there may actually be some PvP, not probably as good as this, but some PvP coming in that MMO that I'm looking forward to playing and putting on this channel. And the reason that I started this story in the first place is because I would give anything, well, maybe not anything, I would give a lot if I had a 4-hour VOD of what I did that night, right? And now I'm going to be live streaming every time I play this other MMO, and it'll all be on record. And if I have something, badass like this happen, then, people will get to watch it, and I'll get to have it for myself, so that's kind of where I was going with that story. But yeah, Fredneck, Teddy, if I thought your content was shit, I wouldn't have subbed. Well, I appreciate it. And it reminds me of Final Fantasy PvP zones. Well, yeah, it was definitely a PvP zone. I never got into Final Fantasy. I perhaps should have. But yes. Hello, and Moinsen from Germany. I don't know what that means. Asmodus, how's it going? Sorry, I was in the middle of telling a very dramatic story, and so I missed your chat. I apologize. Tonight, I'm not exactly playing Satisfactory, even though it says I'm playing Satisfactory. I am editing a Satisfactory video. We're going through the audio intro right now, and then we're going to do some video editing. It's actually going to be basically more audio editing, but with video attached. And we're going to try to get some of this video organized and in place. And then that's probably all we'll get done tonight. And then tomorrow night we'll come in and we need to record a little bit more footage, probably another hour, maybe less of footage. And then we'll edit that in. So this video won't be completed tonight, mostly because I'm stopping and telling stories, apparently. I will absolutely tell that story more times on this channel. But you guys got to hear it first. Okay, let's go.
Well, in the Blue Crater. Some additional goals for this factory is we want to maximize our factory.
Let's get rid of that breath. And then that is a little quiet, so I'm gonna do the same thing I did before. I'm gonna pop, it's a keyframe. I couldn't remember the name of this stupid thing. I'm gonna pop an audio keyframe there, and then boop. Bring it up a smidge, just a smidge. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Xgenic. And again, guys, tonight my content's a little weird. This is really only the second time I've ever edited a video live, but I have to be here editing this, so I figured I would do it live and we would hang out. If it's not your cup of tea, maybe you know, try me back another night, because this is going to be relatively rare. But I appreciate you being with me.
Some additional goals for this factory is we want to maximize our power with rocket fuel, turbo fuel, and fuel. We want to maximize our...
All right, started the whole thing over. Let's see how this goes.
We want to maximize our power with rocket fuel, turbo fuel, and fuel, using up 100% of the available. We want to maximize our power with rocket fuel, turbo fuel, and fuel. We want to maximize our power with... We want to maximize our power with...
All right, so I like this first take up to power, and then we'll replace...
We want to maximize our power with...
We'll replace it at the word... After the word power.
Power with rock...
Power.
Maximize our power with power.
And then we got to do the same thing with the word with here. I just chopped it and increased the volume for that little mini clip. Moinson means good morning with dialect. So I've actually been to Germany. I would try to say it, but I would sound so like, I don't know. Let me ask you this, Asmodus. Would you rather me say Munich or poorly try to say the correct word for that city? Right? My terrible attempt at saying that city the correct way. Right? Which would offend you? Which would offend your ears less? So you answer me, and then I'll tell you. I'll tell a little story about my trip to Germany.
Is we want to maximize our power with rocket fuel, turbo fuel, and fuel, using up 100% of the available oil.
That take was so much better.
Additionally, I want to use all byproducts within the factory.
I'm in a storytelling mood tonight. You guys appreciate my stories, or would you rather just me do whatever I'm supposed to be doing?
% of the available oil. Additionally, I want to use all
I could stop and tell more stories.
The available oil. Additionally, I want to use all byproducts within the factory. Within.
That's a little pausey right there. Pee-wee got it. Munich.
Byproducts within the factory.
So I'll try. So we were taught while I was in that city to call it Munchen. I think it's Moonkin. Am I right? Ooh, I feel bad. I feel like I'm butchering it.
Use all byproducts within the factory.
Riveting storytelling, by the way. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, Pee-wee. So I did, when I was in college, I was in the choirs at my college, and the director of my college choirs was also the director of our city choir. And so they worked out a deal where anybody who wanted to come who was a college student could sort of join forces with with the city with the city choir, which was the Sacramento Choral Society. And I ended up going on 2 trips with them. I went to Europe and I went to China. So I've been to Europe and China. And it was many years ago, but it was awesome. And I sang in some of the greatest churches in Germany. We went to Germany, the Czech Republic, Vienna, Austria, Vienna, and then Budapest. And then there is, let's see, church in, I'm going to butcher the spelling, Otto Boyrin, Germany. Come on, Google, figure out what I want. Not Autobahn. Not Autobahn, it's Otto Boyrin. But I don't know how to spell it. City in Germany. All right, let's find the city. Let's find the city. Otto Boyrin, Germany. Autobahn. It's probably not. There it is. Otto Boyrin. There's the church. I sang in this church. This. I've been inside this church. Almost open image, a new tab. This thing was insane. We sang the Hallelujah chorus, München. Mist. Mist. München? München? Mist. München. Is that better? If in doubt, always use what sounds best. No sarcasm detected in my sarcasm, kid. Yeah, okay, so I sang here. This was awesome. I sang in, let's do church in Vienna. The really famous church in Vienna. There was a, somebody had died while I was there, and there was a, like a state funeral here. I think it was this. I sang in a big opera house in Budapest. And where else? Prague. I can't remember the place I sang in Prague. And then I sang in Munich as well. But yeah. And then in China, we sang on the Great Wall of China. Actually, let's see. Let me see if I can, let's see. Donald Kendrick, Sacramento Choral Society, China. Here was my my director. I was hoping there'd be a picture of us. We have a bunch of pictures of us on the Great Wall of China, but apparently the internet does not have them. So yeah, I was hoping to find a picture where we were singing on the Great Wall of China, but there you go. Those trips were really awesome. München. Yeah, okay, München. Got it. Okay, sorry. Enough story time. Back to editing.
Within the factory. We're not going to be syncing anything extra. We're not going to be packaging and syncing. Get rid of this. There's that little thin line. You may not be able to see it. That's me breathing in, and it really irritates me. I don't think most people notice it, but I do, and I hate it. Syncing anything extra. We're not going to be packaging and syncing. I want to use it all and be efficient. I want to use everything efficiently within our factory itself. Packaging and syncing. I want to use everything efficiently within our factory itself.
All right. Okay, so we finally did that. That took forever. That's 3 minutes and 30. That's 3.5 minutes of dialogue that we edited, and it's taken us way too long because I keep stopping for stories. All right, let's check out this next section.
Now, this right, I've got
Coral. Is it Carl? Carl. No, Coral. This is a Carl Society.
Satisfactory tools up here. To get started, our first step is going to be designing our factory in satisfactorytools.com. Now, we want to make sure that you're in version 1.0 up here in the corner.
All right, so we have to make some changes here because now we actually have some video to look at. You do that in one breath. Amazing. I do what in one breath? I can do a lot in one breath. Oh, do we need any of this? Nope, we don't need any of this. Bye-bye. World.
Now, this right,
I think we're gonna skip to this.
Get started.
Oh, I can't see. There we go. Is the problem? Are you so big? There we go. All right, got to manage my timelines here a little bit better. All right, there we go.
Get started. Our first step is going to be design.
Oh, one thing I'm going to do right away is this whole clip is just me in satisfactorytools.com, or I do switch to the wiki, but either way, it's in a browser. And so one of the things that I always do when I do the editing and I'm in this browser like this is I get rid of the browser shit. Right, I think I usually go to 1.1 over here, so I'm just doing a zoom, and now I'm gonna adjust the X and Y position to just kind of clean everything up. That's maybe a little bit too much. All right, we'll do 1.09. I just want to get rid of, like, make it so that the peripheral stuff that we don't need is gone, and that what we are trying to look at is just a little bit bigger, right? It's not much. It's not even 10% bigger, but it's a little bit bigger. And if I do it to the whole clip, it's a lot easier than if we wait until after I start chopping shit up, and then I have to go back and make that adjustment to every clip. Although I could just select them all and do it, but it's easier just right now to make that change to the whole clip.
Get started. Our first step. Get started. I've got satisfactory tools up here. This right. Get started. Our first step is going to be designing our factory in now. We want to make sure that you're.
Yeah, so I hate the fact that the mic dropped 2 right here and it just says get started, but I don't think there's really anything I can do about it. So we're gonna chop all this to the end. So now, because I'm doing video, I'm gonna start using those other editing tools that I talked about.
Get started. Our first step is going to be designing our factory in satisfactorytools.com.
And we're gonna move this audio probably.
Now, we want to make sure that you're in version 1.
Get rid of my now.
Tools.com. We want to make sure that you're in version 1.0 up here in the corner. And as you can see, these are all of the factories that
move this.
In version 1.0, I want to make sure that you're in version 1.0 up here in the corner.
A bit too much.
1.0 up here in the corner. And as you can see, these are all of the factories that I've planned so far.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and do a cut here. My my cursor is gonna jump, but people don't really usually notice.
Here in the corner. And as you can see, these are all of the factories that I've planned so far in my 1.0 playthrough. But we're gonna start something new.
All right, I'm gonna pull out that breath.
Playthrough. But we're gonna start something new. Today, we're gonna be working on the tutorial video rocket fuel. Tutorial video rocket fuel.
I don't like how the mic is sort of, and honestly, that's because I have a noise gate on it. It takes a second for it to hear a little bit of sound. And so it's cutting off the T's. This sounds like Oriole instead of tutorial. Listen to it.
Tutorial video rocket.
Oh, tutorial. So it's cutting out two, like completely. So
tutorial video rocket fuel. Now, this process has several steps. First step we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to define our recipes.
All right, so, but I don't really know if there's anything else I can do about it.
Tutorial video rocket fuel. This process has several steps.
And so what I'll probably do here is cut.
We're going to start something new. Today, we're going to be working on the.
And maybe I'll do a little cross dissolve to where I typed it in already. So cut out all the space here. We got to speed things up, you know. Oh, we got to relink this. So here's what happened. Let me see if I can show you what happened. So I wanted to close this gap. Okay, but this button right here, the link button, was off. And so when I go to hit delete, it pulls the video, but that unsyncs the video all the way down. And over here too, I think. Okay, bad. Instead, I'm gonna put the link button back on. Okay, and now when I close that gap, it brings the audio as well.
The tutorial video rocket fuel.
All right, and then I think I am gonna do a quick little cross dissolve.
Tutorial video rocket fuel. The tutorial video rocket fuel. This process has several steps. First step we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to define our recipes.
All right.
First step that we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to define our item inputs.
I changed my mind. We're going to do item inputs first.
Now, I've already gone through the blue.
All right, so let's chop this.
Several steps.
And those got delinked, so that's not good. So all I did was relink those clips. Now I'm going to bring these down.
Several steps. First step that we're going to do is,
and then I'm going to just move this down. Like, I'm going to delink again, move this down so that there's only one cut in the video.
Tutorial video.
An error has been made.
First step that we're going to do. This process. First step we're going to do is we're going to set it.
Apparently we're not.
Tutorial video rocket fuel. This process has several steps. First step that we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to define our item inputs. Now, I've already gone through the blue crater and I've tallied up the limiting factors, the limiting items that we're going to have to, that are going to define our factory.
All right.
The limiting items that
Limiting items.
The limiting items that are going to define our factory.
Okay, now what else do I need?
Now, I've already gone through the blue crater and I've tallied up the limiting factors, the limiting items.
And I've tallied up.
Now, I've already gone through the blue crater and I've tallied up the limiting items that are going to define our factory.
That's a little quiet there. I'm just going to give it a little bit of juice. And let's pull this in.
Item
right, let's see how this sounds.
Now, I've already gone through the blue crater and I've tallied up the limiting items that are going to define our factory.
Okay, that's all good.
Number one is the crude oil. In the blue crater.
We're going to move that over, and then we got to put a cut in here. But I didn't move the cursor for that very reason. So it's maybe hard to see, but cursor's right here. And so what I'm doing is I cut right before I moved the cursor. And then I do have a shortcut that selects everything forward to the playhead. And I'm just going to move everything over here. And we're going to never know that the cursor, that the video jumps.
To define our factory. Number one is the crude oil. In the blue crater, there is 2,550 oil available.
It sounds like AI voiceover. Screw you, Pee-wee. I have a pure and melodic tone.
2,000.
All right, so I don't like the keyboard clicks here that are in the audio. Listen to it.
2,550 oil available.
Okay, so I hate that. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to first try voice isolation at 50%. This is one of those tools I was talking about earlier that is only available in the DaVinci Resolve Studio version. But we're going to see if that voice isolation diminished those clicks. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's see how it does.
2,550 oil available.
Sounds pretty much the same. Let's try 100%.
2,550 oil.
Sounds the same. So there's another tool here that I don't know if we can actually it's not the dialogue leveler. Yeah, it sucks. I can do it to the whole. Maybe I can maybe I can do it to the clip. Effect. Let's try. Let's see if we can. Audio effects. Dehummer. Dialogue processor. The one that I want is called Dialogue Separator. Is that in here? No, let's go to the audio page. It's not here either. I don't want to do it to the whole track. I know how to do it to the whole track. Let's try noise reduction. Before we do that, yeah, let's try noise reduction. Let's put it on this clip. Even get rid of my clicks.
2,550 oil.
Listen to the noise only. Yeah, that's not right. auto speech mode. It's not even picking up the clips. Dang. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do to the whole track. I just kind of want to do it to this one clip, which makes me sad that I can't. That day. All right, let's turn this off. Noise reduction turned off. Yeah. And so I don't think there's anything I can do. I can do music remixer. That's not what I want. Dialogue leveler.
2,550 oil of.
Can't do that either. So sad. The voice isolation often works, but I don't know why it's not working on
2,550 oil available.
Go ahead and keep it on because I think it is a little bit less. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave it there, and we're gonna move. No, I know. The problem is that the clicks are within the words.
2,500. 1,500.
I've done this, right? I don't know. Let's do one, right? So you guys can hear it, so you guys can see it. I've done this. It's horrifying, but let's go ahead and do it. Let's turn the voice isolation off.
2,000.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to find the click.
2,000.
So it's up here.
2,000.
More.
2,000.
More.
2,000.
More.
2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000.
All right. First one's better. Let's get rid of the second
2,000.
one.
5,000. 5,000. 2,000. 5,000.
It's on the second side.
500. 500. 500.
Like
500.
I don't think it's worth it.
500. 500. 500. 2,550. 2,550 oil available.
One more.
150 and 50 and 50 oil. 150.
That one is actually could be right there.
150. 550 oil. 550 oil.
Okay, so that one was between the words. That one was way easier. All right, let's listen to it.
2,550 oil available.
I mean, that's pretty good. Substantially better. So now what I'll do is I'll put the voice isolation, and maybe the voice isolation can handle the parts I missed.
2,550 oil available.
There you go. So it's done. It was a kind of a pain in the ass, but for a video, here's the part that I struggle with. Do I spend 2 or 3 minutes doing that on something that people probably won't notice? You know, but I have to consider the fact that this may be a video that blows up for me and gets 100,000 views. Maybe it only gets 2,000 views, right? And then it was like, well, whatever. But like, What if this gets 100,000 views or 150,000 views over the next year, right? All those people listening, someone's going to notice and be irritated, right? So, and I'm going to be mad at myself if I didn't do all the little things that I knew I could do if this video does well. You know what I mean? Crisp voice is what it is. This would drive me nuts. Oh, the clicking would drive you nuts. What particularly, Pee-wee? My voice in general?
2,550 oil available. In the blue crater, there are 2,550 oil available.
Oh no, oh my god. After all that, I re-recorded it without the clicking.
In the blue crater, there are 2,000. There is 2,000 in the blue crater. In the blue crater, there are 2,550 oil available to use.
I should have checked for a second take, of course. Silly.
Crude oil. In the blue crater, there are 2,550 oil available to use. Oil. In the blue crater, there are 2,550 oil available to use.
That's so much better. You know what? I think it's in the very back of my mind, but I think I realized while I was recording that I was typing that in, and so I really quickly recorded it. You couldn't hear the clicks? Oh, but that's probably Twitch video compression. Maybe. Pee-wee on YouTube, could you hear the clicks during the audio?
In the blue crater, there are 2,550 oil available to use. Additionally, another limiting input is going to be sulfur, with 3,300 sulfur available.
A little bit click there, but not too bad.
With 3,300.
That width is barely audible. Let's see if I can increase the volume.
With 3,300 sulfur.
Oh yeah, that's so much better.
Available. With 3,300 sulfur available.
We actually have to move this.
With 3,300 sulfur available.
And so let's cut. Actually move that up.
Sulfur with 3,300 sulfur available.
Very minute click. Yeah, it could be my headphones. Right? So maybe it's not as bad. Maybe that's why nobody's really complained about it. Maybe by the time it goes through the YouTube and or the Twitch compression, I can't hear what you guys can't hear what I can hear, at least not as badly. And so probably I've spent way too much time trying to get rid of shit that you guys can't even hear. Maybe.
Finally, nitrogen gas. Now a nitrogen gas.
Uh-oh, my wife's cat is terrorizing again. Rid of that. All right, where are we gonna clip?
Finally, nitrogen gas.
Let's just try this.
Available. Finally, nitrogen gas.
A little bit more space. Oopsie. There.
Available. Finally, nitrogen gas. Now, in nitrogen gas, there's two deposits. One is in the blue crater itself, and one is nearby. But totally, we'll have available to us 3,000 nitrogen gas.
Yeah. See what I did there? I knew in the past. When I was recording it. I knew that I could move my. I was thinking ahead, trying to at least. I didn't type it while I was saying it.
Available to us 3,000 nitrogen gas.
Good job, past kin.
Now the next step is defining our recipes. Now there's going to be
Flip this out.
recipes. Now there's going to be 4.
We want to get the transition.
The next step is defining
Okay. Let's try chopping here. See what this looks like.
nitrogen gas. Now the next
Oh, still a little click in there. You guys probably can't hear it.
nitrogen gas.
Still a little baby click. Do you guys see it? Look at it. Look at that little white sound right there. Boop, gone now.
Gas. Now the next step is defining our recipes. Now there's going to be 4 alternate recipes that we need to make sure that we tell satisfactorytools.com to use. Satisfactorytools.com to use.
Had a little audio hiccup there. Let's see if we can fix it.
It's not factorytools.com to use. Tools.com. Satisfactorytools.com to use.
All right, perfect, fixed.
That we need to make sure recipes that we need to make sure that we tell satisfactorytools.com to use.
My edits are nicely done. Yeah, you know, I think so. I mean, well, so they're as good as I can make them, right? I don't know if they're necessarily good. I always feel like they're as good as I can make them at that time. And really, that's all you can ever do, right? I sometimes wonder why, you know, it's really hard to avoid comparing yourself in YouTube, right? Because I see another video and I watch it and I go, yeah, this is fine, but I feel like mine is just as good, if not better, but mine has like 1/10 the views, right? And it can get like a little bit depressing, you know, sometimes, but I just try to make each video the best I can and pray to the almighty algorithm god, and you know, maybe make a couple of animal sacrifices, and then, you know, what else can you do? That we need to make sure that we tell satisfactorytools.com to use. If we don't, it's not going to give us the output that we're looking for. That was not good. I said if we don't, but it didn't come out right. If we don't. If we don't. If we don't. If we don't. All right, let's make it not so bad. If we don't, it's not going to give us the output that we're looking for. Before we can turn on those recipes, however, the first thing that we're going to do let's increase the volume a bit here. I'm just going to go bing and then go to the end and go whoop, whoop, just a smidge. That's the output that we're looking for. Before we can turn on those, and then the same thing here, but the opposite. Just trying to give just a little bit more option. My ins and outs are kind of sucking on this recording. It's not going to give us the output to use. If we don't, it's not going to give us the output that we're looking for. Before we can turn on those recipes, however, the first thing that we're going to do, what I always do, is There we go.
Remove. We need to remove the. We need to the first thing we need to do, and what I always do.
Okay, I re-recorded. Nice, good job, Pastkin.
And what I always do is we need to remove the ability,
except of the breathing. And definitely the reason that you can hear me breathing in these recordings, and probably when I talk, it definitely has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a disgusting fat body.
The first thing we need to do, and what I always do, is we need to remove the ability we need to remove the ability, is we need to remove the ability, we need to remove the, is we need to remove, is we need to remove the ability, always do, is we need to remove the ability.
Almost. I'm working on that, by the way. My weight was down pretty good in the spring of last year. Yeah, I talked about it all the time, and then I hurt myself, and I moved, and I never re-established my walking and working out habits again, and I gained a bunch of weight back. I wasn't even eating that bad of food, except for the vacation I went on. I ate like an insane person, but except for that, I just gained all my weight. So I actually went and worked out today. So I hit legs today. So pretty happy with that. You know, I got to lose some of this face fat before I get on camera for you guys over the summer.
And what I always do is we need to remove the ability for satisfactorytools.com to use the reanimated Sam recipe. This recipe right here will throw things off, and we want to make sure that.
All right, so we're a little ugly here.
This recipe right here will throw things off, and we want to make sure that the production chain cannot use this reanimated Sam. Sam recipe. Reanimated Sam recipe. This recipe right here will throw things off, and we want to make sure that the production chain cannot use this reanimated Sam.
I was trying to work backwards from here.
We need to the first thing we need to do, and what I always do, is we need to remove the ability for satisfactorytools.com to use the reanimated Sam recipe. This recipe the reanimated.
All right, so you guys, you can't hear these clicks in here.
To use the reanimated Sam recipe.
It's pretty. This one's much more subtle than the other one. It's like little tick tick.
The reanimated Sam.
There's two of them. It's like doot doot.
The reanimated Sam.
So we're gonna try the voice isolation again.
Animated Sam. The reanimated Sam.
Okay, now it's gone. This tool is amazing. This is one that's available only in Studio Pro. Those two clicks are gone. I usually turn on voice isolation for on a clip, and then I change it to 50%. And in this case, those clicks in this clip are gone. The Surgeon General has determined that the #1 cause of injury in older men is them trying to act like younger men. I can still work out. That's for sure. I have to work out. I have every body has strengths and weaknesses, right? My weakness is when I drive by a donut shop, I get fatter. But I can put on muscle. And when I do put on muscle, it greatly increases the calories that I use just by sort of being alive. And so if when I'm in the best shape is when I'm heavily working out. And I work out safe. I don't do back squats or front squats anymore. I wouldn't do a deadlift if my if I was paid $1 million, my back would instantly break in half. But there are some machines that I use at the gym that I'm at that protect my back so that I can work my legs really hard. It's a hack squat machine basically, but it's one where I'm leaning backwards, and so it protects my back. It really lets me, pound my legs hard, but not have very, very low risk of injury. So I work out in a way that basically I use machines. I don't use free weights. I used to, but not anymore. Okay, let's keep going here.
The first thing we need to do.
Okay, we have another bad piece of audio here. Give it a little volume.
The first thing we need to do.
Much better. All right, let's see where we leave off.
Is the first thing that we're gonna do, what I always do.
All right, we're gonna cut that right into there. So that goes. We're gonna try to leave this picture though.
We need to the first thing we need to do, and what I always do, is we need to remove the ability for Satisfactory tools. All
right, and we're gonna get rid of that and that and that and this, and we're gonna see if we can slide that in. Oh my goodness, fits like a glove. Let's see how it looks.
Recipes, however, the first thing we need to do, and what I always do, is we need to remove the ability for satisfactorytools.com to use the reanimated SAM recipe. This recipe right here will throw things off, and we want to make sure that the production chain cannot use this reanimated SAM.
Perfect. It's amazing. It's like I know what I'm doing a little bit. That was really cool. I wish I could show you like a before and after. Well, actually I can. Let me show you a before and after. So this is what that sequence looked like.
Now, totally, we'll have available to us 3. Next step is defining. Now, there's going to be 4.
Okay, so here's what I recorded.
3,000 nitrogen gas.
3,000 nitrogen gas. Okay, now this is what I recorded. I'll play it all the way through. It's long and it's going to suck, but I want to illustrate a point.
3,000 nitrogen gas. Now, the next step is defining our recipes. Now, there's going to be 4 alternate recipes that we need to make sure that we tell satisfactorytools.com to use. If we don't, it's not going to give us the output that we're looking for. Before we can turn on those recipes, however, the first thing that we're going to do, what I always do, is we need to remove the.
Keep going.
We need to the first thing we need to do, and what I always do, is we need to remove the ability for satisfactorytools.com to use the reanimated SAM recipe. This recipe right here will throw things off, and we want to make sure that the production chain cannot use this reanimated SAM.
Okay, that was horrifyingly painful. That lasted. I probably lost viewers making that point. Let's find out exactly how long that lasted. 34 seconds. 534 up to 7:02. So a minute and a half. Right, that was a minute and a half. I cut it down to this.
Now the next step, nitrogen gas.
There's no nitrogen gas, okay?
Nitrogen gas. Now the next step is defining our recipes. Now there's going to be 4 alternate recipes that we need to make sure that we tell satisfactorytools.com to use. If we don't, it's not going to give us the output that we're looking for. Before we can turn on those recipes, however, The first thing we need to do, and what I always do, is we need to remove the ability for satisfactorytools.com to use the reanimated SAM recipe. This recipe right here will throw things off, and we want to make sure that the production chain cannot use this reanimated SAM.
You know how much better I sound because I edited out the idiotic parts of what I said? And the visuals match up too. So yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with how that one turned out.
To get started, our first step is going to be designing our factory in satisfactorytools.com.
There you go. Yeah, much more concise. And part of it too is like when I was doing this, I wasn't saying it for like you guys. I was purposefully trying to record things. And so I knew that I could edit it after the fact. And so I wasn't saying it in a way that I would say it live. I was, redoing lines, and I was stopping, and I was thinking, and I was trying to make sure I got good footage, right? So I was doing all that stuff.
Now, the 4 recipes that we're going to be using.
All right, there we go. This is our start. Okay, I need to take a 2-minute break. I gotta use the restroom. I've been going for almost 3 hours. I'll be right back. I won't even pop any of our favorite friends. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, you guys. When I stood up from my desk, remember I told you I did legs today? I almost ate it. I almost ate it hard. My legs were like, you've been sitting for 3 hours after working out and you expect us to just stand up straight? Not fun. But I survived. I know, harrowing story, right? Marcus, welcome to Twitch chat. I need a haircut, you guys. Okay. Where were we?
Sam.
Get rid of those.
Sam. Now, the 4.
Here we go.
It's Sam. Now, the 4 recipes that we're going to be using, alternate recipe. The 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using is nitro rocket fuel.
Let's get rid of the breath. Move it this way. Move that way.
Nitro rocket fuel. Alternate recipes that we're going to be using. The 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using.
You have to cut that NI. I want to show me typing it. Right here. Then I'll keep the now.
Now.
Move that up here.
Now, the 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using.
And then that. Bring everybody up. How close are we?
Now, the 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using is nitro rocket fuel.
It should be R.
Is recipes that we're going to be using. Now, the 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using.
That is terrible English.
4 recipes that we're going to be using. Alternate recipe. The 4 alternate.
There's something I can do about it. Oh well.
Now, the 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using is nitro rocket fuel.
R. Wrong button.
Be using is nitro rocket fuel, diluted fuel, turbo fuel, finally heavy oil residue.
What if I can steal an R from somewhere else on the chat? I'll keep an ear out.
Now, the 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using is nitro rocket fuel.
I'm going to do a quick edit here.
Diluted fuel. Turbo fuel. Turbo fuel. Finally, heavy oil residue. Finally, heavy.
A little bit of typing noise in there. I'm going to try the voice isolation again.
Finally, heavy.
It's a little bit better. Let's crank it up to 11.
Finally, heavy oil residue.
Pretty quiet.
Finally, heavy oil residue. Finally, heavy oil residue.
All right, I kind of like that little, kind of a little quick cut there. All right, let's take a look and see how it looks.
We're going to be using is nitro.
Here, I'll make a big screen.
We're going to be using is nitro rocket fuel, diluted fuel, turbo fuel, finally, heavy oil residue.
Yeah, I think that looks good. People appreciate when you don't waste their time. All right, moving on. Greetings, Marcus. Greetings yourself. If you joined recently, guys, anybody that's joined recently, I am working on editing a video. I've recorded probably 2/3 to 3/4 of it already. I did that off stream. The idea of editing on stream is relatively new. Obviously, it's not garnering as many viewers as if I were playing Satisfactory, but there's at least some of you that are interested, and I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm really thirsty because of the aforementioned working out that happened this evening. Basically, I hit the gym, I came home, I took a shower, I shoved food. My wife made some baked salmon with lemon and dill, and she fried up some broccoli, stir-fried broccoli, and I had asparagus, broccoli, and some salmon, and she made me a protein shake. So I shoved that food in my face in 20 minutes. I ran up here, and I've been with you guys ever since. But yeah, I am working on editing a video that has been mostly recorded. We're going to try to get through. We've gotten through this much, all these chopped up lines and stuff. This is what we've done. This first section is sort of intro that is going to need some additional footage recorded for it. And then we're working through this clip here that is going through how I plan my factories. We're working through that. We'll definitely finish this tonight. That may be all we get done. And then we have this long ass one. We'll work on this next week, or tomorrow, actually. We'll work on this tomorrow. We'll try to get through this. This is pretty long. I don't know how fast this is necessarily going to go. This has to be drastically cut down. This section right here, we're kind of just cutting for clarity. This here, we're cutting for content. This has to be drastically reduced. Okay, and so we'll do this tomorrow. And then if we can, then we'll plan out the recording of the final sections. And then I don't know if we'll record those live. Whenever I record them, I'll record them live, right? I'll do the recording, you guys can watch, kind of listen in. But that may not be till next week, maybe Sunday night, because we'll have Factorio on Friday and then Satisfactory on Saturday. And then also really quickly, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. If you want some detail on an announcement that I kind of let fly for the first time tonight, then go to the first between 20 minutes and 40 minutes of this VOD. And yeah, some changes are coming. Some changes are coming. So I'm gonna re-announce this on Saturday night to the Satisfactory crowd. But essentially, TLDR, what I'm going to do is move quickly through the Satisfactory content. I will finish the city, of course, but I'm going to do it quickly over the next 4 to 5 months. And then this channel is going to switch gears, and we're going to play an MMO instead of factory building games. So it will be basically Ashes of Creation all the time. There is a bunch of perceived controversy about Ashes of Creation right now, so if you are like, oh gross, oh that's a scam or something, basically that's not true, and I can talk about that if somebody has questions. But yes, that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, researching that controversy because somebody asked me about it, I realized how kick-ass that game looked, and that's what put me over the edge of fast tracking to get to it. So you can blame the people last Friday night that was asking me about the Ashes of last Saturday night that were asking me about the Ashes of Creation controversy for the changes in the upcoming channel, because I looked at that and I realized and I was going to play Civ 7. I'm probably not going to play Civ 7 when it comes out. I'm going to 100% focus on the Cyberpunk City. I'm going to knock out Factorio. I'm going to finish what I started, but I'm not going to start any other games until Satisfactory is done. There you go. All right, let's keep going.
Residue. Now, it did take some experimentation and some research to try to figure out which of the
I'm just getting rid of some of these extra long pauses that I made in here.
Of the various ways that we can make nitro, which of the various ways that make.
All right, so I picked it back up at which.
Figure out which of.
So right here, we'll cut out all of this.
Figure out which of the various ways that we can make rocket fuel, and these are the.
Hey, there's an R. Remember, we needed an R. Okay, I'm gonna copy. I just hit Control C, and we're gonna go find the core is that we don't like.
Now, the 4 alternate recipes that we're gonna be using is
right here. Get rid of the little extra. right, how's this sound?
Alternate recipes that we're going to be using are nitro rocket fuel.
It doesn't really work. It's a little loud. Let's bring it down. Let's see if we can make it work.
These that we're going to be using are nitro rocket fuel.
It's not a very clean cut.
Nitro.
Yeah, I could I've never really done this. I'm kind of experimenting with stuff with you guys.
Using our nitro rocket fuel.
Our nitro rocket fuel. There's a pitch. Let's play with a pitch on that clip.
Nitro.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize how sensitive that was. Oh my god. Okay, we have to listen to that again. Oh my god, I'm killing myself while we edit here. Okay, we're gonna listen to that again.
4 alternate recipes that we're gonna be using. Nitro rocket fuel.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. All right, let's try this again. Okay, this is 0.
Using our nitro.
Just want to drop it a little bit. Let's do 1 instead of 9. I know. It sounded like I pulled a Rick.
We're gonna be using our nitro rocket fuel.
Oh, I don't know. Let's try this.
Our nitro rocket.
Okay, yeah, that's better.
Using our nitro rocket fuel. Our nitro rocket fuel.
I think this is like this pitch thing over here. You know those old school scales that are mechanical, and you have the higher weights on top that have like big chunks and they're heavier, and then you have the fine weight underneath. I think that's what this is. It's starting to come back to me a little bit. So the cents down here, it's probably really hard for you guys to see, but the cents on the bottom is the finer tuning, and the semitones are that big chunky weight that you move down. So let's see if we can rescue this.
That we're going to be using our nitro rocket fuel.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Our nitro.
Got an idea.
Using our nitro rocket fuel. And the recipes.
I don't think this is going to work.
Reanimated Sam. Now, the 4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using are nitro rocket fuel.
Let's. I'm almost ready to give up. Not yet. Not yet. Let's try a speed change. Let's shorten it by half. Let's go 200%. Okay, that's too much. Let's do 150.
Our nitro. Using our nitro rocket fuel.
No, it's not gonna work. We'll put the is back. Before we do, however, we'll listen to this one last time.
4 alternate recipes that we're going to be using. Nitro rocket.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm done. Put the is back.
Is nitro rocket fuel.
All right, we'll see if we can find an R at some point, but not today.
Finally, heavy oil residue. Now, it did take some experimentation and some research to try and some experimentation and some research to try to figure out.
No, yeah, I think it's just too different, and I don't have the skills to or the time, but maybe we'll find another replacement R for is, and we'll try that, because that one's very different. I definitely could have played around with it, but I think that it's too far away. So we'll maybe come back to it. Worst case scenario, guys, I can record this as a pickup when we record. In fact, let's go ahead and mark this
recipe. This recipe right here is nitro.
So we're gonna do a clip color change so we can find this. We're gonna make this bright pink. Okay, and this is gonna be something that we are gonna wanna fix. Either if we can't fix it with another recorded word, then I'll re-record this whole line when we record again, because we have to record anyway. If I was very close to the end of an edit, I would probably just whip up OBS and then, you know, re-record you know, like the preceding line, the line that I need, and then the line after, so that it kind of flows, you know. But that's probably what I would do. But either way, we're gonna have to re-record anyway, so I'm not gonna stress it.
Now, it did take some experimentation and some research to try to figure out which of the various ways that we can make rocket fuel, and
various ways we can make rocket fuel.
These are the recipes that fuel, and
I'm gonna try with that buried R. Let's see if we can do it.
To make rocket fuel, and these are the recipes. Make rocket fuel, and these are the recipes that
right.
the recipe, and these are the recipes.
It's this one right here.
Recipes that
let's see. Oh, not up there. Oh, no, that was res.
These are the rest.
Yeah. Not gonna work. It's crazy how that word R doesn't really exist in there by itself. I mean, it does, but it sounds fine. But then,
and these are the recipes that I've come up with to show.
These are the recipes. I'm saying R so fast that it doesn't really exist by itself in there.
These are the recipes that I found.
Same thing.
These are the recipes. These are the recipes that I found to be the most efficient and the easiest to build.
All right, good. So we're gonna basically pull out these are.
And these are the recipes.
Yeah, right here. So I re-recorded a better version of me saying what I wanted to say, and we'll splice that in.
And these are the recipes that I found to be the most efficient and the easiest to build.
Okay, this is a pretty far space. We'll bring that in. All right, let's take this chunk and marry it with our last phrase.
Now, I do go into some detail. If you want to know, if you want to go into more detail on exactly which, one thing that you can do in order to figure out which recipes are the best is to turn on all your alternate recipes and then go through and turn off ones slowly, and turn off the ones that you don't want to. And as the production chain comes up, decide.
All right, well, that's a mess. I still don't have any video that I want to keep yet, but let's
residue.
I think it's fine there. Let's go ahead and slap this bad boy in here.
Oil residue. Now, it did take some experimentation and some research to try to figure out which of the various ways that we can make rocket fuel, and these are the recipes that I found to be the most efficient and the easiest to build.
Okay, so do a little something.
Finally, heavy oil residue. Now it did take some experimentation and some research to try to figure out which of the various ways of me
there. Go ahead and chop that, and then let's see.
Now I do go into some detail.
All right, let's find the next phrase here. It's buried in here somewhere. We gotta dig it out like a sculptor. Finding the shape that we're looking for within the block of wood, block of marble. That's what we're trying to find in this garbage that I recorded.
One thing that you can do in order to figure out which recipes are the best is to turn on.
All right, I do like one thing that you can do. We'll start there. A little bit too wide. I've got a breath right here.
One thing that you can do in order to figure out which recipes are the
still wide. Boop.
One thing that you can do in order to figure out which recipes are the best is to turn on all your alternate recipes and then go through
another breath.
Alternate recipes and then go through and turn off one slowly.
Breath.
Which one and turn off the ones that you don't want to use. As the production chain comes up, that you don't want to use. And as the production chain comes up,
all right, let's keep
off
going.
One slowly. Which one? And turn off the ones that turn off the one and turn off the through and turn off one.
Let's try this.
And then go through and turn off the ones that you don't want to use. And turn off the ones that you don't want to use. And as the production chain comes up, decide which ones you don't want to use and then turn those off.
Oh, that's what
ones that you don't want to use and then go through and turn off the one. Decide which ones you don't want to use and then turn those off.
I switched the order in which I was saying those phrases.
All your alternate recipes and then go through and turn off the ones that
then go through.
Decide which ones you don't want to use. Yep. Your alternate recipes and then go through.
Keep the and. I know that first sign there is and. We get rid of this and we put this in.
All your alternate recipes and then go through and decide which ones you don't want to use and then turn those off.
Yep. There we go, kin. Both current kin and past kin working together.
Alternate recipes and then go through and decide which ones you don't want to use and then turn those off.
Yeah. Yeah.
In my case, I've done that ahead of time so that we can. In our case, I've done that ahead of time so that I did want to make a note that there are two ways. In our case, I've done that ahead of time so that we can keep moving through this tutorial. So that we can keep moving through this tutorial. That we can keep moving.
Yeah, better.
So that we can. In our case, I've done that ahead of time. That we can keep moving.
Oh.
That we can keep moving.
Sound like Mike Tyson. I need the so from over
so
here.
We can keep.
So we can keep moving. You guys want to hear a joke?
So that we can keep moving.
It's not a very good one.
So that we can keep moving.
You guys ready? This requires participation.
So that we can keep moving.
There we go. Sounds good.
In our case, I've done that ahead of time. In our case, I've done that ahead of time so that we can keep moving.
Good.
I did want to make a note that there are two ways of making rocket fuel. I've found that the alternate recipe
let's move him up. All right, you guys ready for the joke?
and then turn those off.
This joke may not work as well for those of you who do not live in the United States, but I think that you will get it just the same. Okay, so here you go. And this joke works a lot better in person. But the what I want you to do is I'm going to give you 4 syllables. Okay, 4 sounds. And you can repeat those sounds in any order and repeating any of them that you wish, so that you say them 7 times, right? So that you have 7 total sounds. Okay. So again, I'm going to give you 4 to use, and you can rearrange them. You can repeat them in any way. You could use one of them all 7 times. But either way, when you're done, you use any combination of these 4 sounds for 7 total sounds. Okay? And these sounds are the sounds that the giant made in Jack and the Beanstalk. Fee, fi, fo, fum. Okay? So those are your 4 syllables. And to yourself, out loud, if you are in a place that you can do this, say 7 sounds. Count them off in your fingers. I'll give you a second. All right, so I'll do it now. Fee, fi, fo, 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 fi, fee, which is Mike Tyson's phone number. So usually what I'll do is I'll get the other person to say it, and they'll go fee, fee, fo, 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 fi, fee, and I'll go, you just said Mike Tyson's phone number. And I don't know why nobody ever says fum. So it's fee, fi, fo. Did you say fum, Fredneck? When you did it, did you include fum? It still works with fum, but for some reason it's so funny because they say it, right? And they're counting it on their fingers, like in person. They're like, fee, fee, fo, 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 fi, fee. And you're like, oh my God, that's Mike Tyson's phone number. So there you go. Made a Mike Tyson joke, and then I circled back to that one.
One thing that you can do in order to figure out which recipes are the best is to turn on all your alternate recipes and then go through and decide which ones you don't want to use and then turn those off. In our case, I've done that ahead of time.
Tighter.
Turn those off. In our case, I've done
Too tight.
that ahead of time so that we can keep moving. I did want to make a note that there are two ways of making rocket fuel. I've found that the alternate recipe, through trial and error in the planning tool.
There we go, Ken.
Found that the alternate recipe through trial and error in the planning tool.
I heard that joke probably 15, 20 years ago, And you know, it was a lot funnier to make fun of poor Mike Tyson when he was in his prime, rather than the poor old man that was 60 that got beat up by the 35-year-old. I saw a meme somebody had on, like, I don't know where I was looking, but it had like this shark that was supposedly like 400 years old or something, like a really old shark. And somebody said, hide this shark from Jake Paul. He's gonna want to fight him.
Error in the planning tool is far more simple and straightforward, and so that's what I'm going to use in this factory and what I'll use in my own playthrough. Is far more simple and straightforward.
Cut out some of that F. It is possible to have too much F.
Is far more simple. Is far more simple and straightforward, and so that's what I'm going to use in this factory and what I'll use.
I'm just trying to clean this up a little bit so I don't sound so dumb.
I'm going to use in this factory and what I'll use in my own playthrough.
My own playthrough. It got super quiet, so I'm going to do that thing again where I drop a keyframe, come over here, increase the volume on the end just a smidge.
In my own playthrough.
You know, I kind of lose it there a little bit. I dropped so low, I kind of did a vocal fry there at the end, but I think it's okay.
Is far more simple and straightforward, and so that's what I'm going to use in this factory and what I'll use in my own playthrough.
In my own playthrough.
Trial and error in the planning tool.
All right, are we good here?
I did want to make a note that there are two ways of making rocket fuel. I found that the alternate recipe.
A little bit of space to do the same thing here. My rocket fuel is kind of cut off there at the end.
Ways of making rocket fuel. I found
too much. It's very noticeable. Rocket fuel. Smidge.
Note that there are two ways of making rocket fuel. I found that the alternate recipe through trial and error in the planning tool.
Bring it up.
Planning tool is far more simple and straightforward, and so simple and straightforward, and so that's what I'm going to use in this factory and what I'll use in my own playthrough.
All right, you get moved up.
We can keep moving. I did want to make a note that there are.
All right, what's the next phrase?
Now that we've got the recipe selected, we're going to head over to the production and we're going to put in our first item.
Okay, let's do a little bit here.
Now that we've got the recipe selected, we're going to head over to the production and we're going to put in our first item, rocket fuel.
Come on. All right, now let's take everybody that I had. Now that we finally have some video to lock to.
What I'll use in my own playthrough. Now that we've got the recipe selected, we're going to head over to the production and we're going to put in our first item, rocket fuel. Now, we don't.
Okay, and before I get too down the rabbit hole on editing forward, let's connect where we left off. Right? So all this time, here to here. Let's give us a little bit of breathing space. I'm going to chop that. And I'm just doing that by hitting delete. Bringing it forward. And let's see how this flows.
Piece that I found to be the most efficient and the easiest to build. One thing that you can do in order to figure out which recipes are the best is to turn on all your alternate recipes and then go through and decide which ones you don't want to use and then turn those off. In our case, I've done that ahead of time so that we can keep moving. I did want to make a note that there are two ways of making rocket fuel. I've found that the alternate recipe through trial and error in the planning tool is far more simple and straightforward, and so that's what I'm going to use in this factory and what I'll use in my own playthrough. Now that we've got the recipes selected, we're going to head over to the production and we're going to put in our first item, rocket fuel. Now, we don't know how much we can make.
Okay. Time to keep moving. Let me sit up here, which means I have to use my legs. Okay. I made it.
And so we do have process here. Let's take a look. And it looks like we need to make a change.
I have to do kind of a hard cut with the visuals.
Let's take a look. And it looks like we need to make a change. And so we do have process here.
A process, except it cut off A again. It sounds like I'm saying we do have process here.
We do have process here. We can make rocket fuel. Now, we don't know how much we can make. And so
you'll get rid of the end, so we don't need that.
We do have process here. Let's take a look. And it looks like we need to make a change. Make a change. Make a change.
Okay, this little sound might be A.
Change. Change.
It is amazing how that sounds like A when your mind is expecting it to be there, but when it's by itself, it doesn't really sound like the word A.
We do have process here. Do have process here. Make a process here. Make it. Make.
I don't know. Just sounds like going, yeah, that's not gonna work. I need a nice clean A if we can find one.
Let's take a look. And it looks like we need to make a change. We want to use how much we can make.
So these guys over here.
We do have process here. Let's take a look. And it looks like we need to make a change.
I'll probably do, let's see if we can, we do a hard cut.
We do have process here. Let's take a look. And it looks like we need to make a change.
Let's take out this whole thing. Let's just say, let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's do that. And then decision time. We need to decide if we want to do a hard cut.
We can make. We can make. Let's take a look.
Or if we want to do a cross dissolve, and I'm leaning on cross dissolve. So technically you do, when you do a cross dissolve or when you do a crossfade like this, you visually, right, not sound, but visually, you're signaling to the viewer's brain that time has passed. Okay, and so we might want to do that here because time has passed. I've scrolled down. Or it may be too much. Let's see what we want.
How much we can make. Let's take a look, and it looks.
It feels like too much time has passed. I don't want to do it.
Can make. Let's take a look, and it looks like we need to make a change.
What if we do let's take a look and we do the cut after let's take a look?
We can make. Let's take a look, and it looks like we need to make a change.
Yeah. And let's give a little bit of space.
Let's take a look, and it looks like we need to make
give a bit more so that we can realize something happened, and then we start talking.
Let's take a look, and it looks like we need to make a change. We want to use nitro rocket fuel as an alternate recipe, and the planner is allowing us to use that. How?
Yeah, I like that.
And the planner is allowing us to use that. However, it is also forcing. It is also forcing us, having us use rocket fuel. Also for.
Get rid of the forcing. I'm gonna put a cut in the video.
Having us use rocket fuel. Rocket fuel. So, in addition to the nitro rocket.
All right, now there should be no frame difference between here and here.
Also,
I'm gonna cut and bring that forward.
Also having us use rocket fuel. So
yeah, that should work. Also having us use rocket fuel. Let's trim it up a little bit more. Uh-oh, wrong button. Uh-oh, something happened. There we go. There. Miller Cold Ones, welcome. We're editing a little video here. A video that I hope will do well. This may be my last tutorial video for Satisfactory. So I want to make it as good as I can make it. I'm going to be focused on a lot more live streams moving forward. Sorry that you can hear my ice.
It is also having us use rocket fuel. So, also having us use rocket fuel. Also having us use rocket fuel.
That's a little awkward, isn't it?
Also having us use rocket fuel. Also having us use rocket fuel.
That's a little better.
Is also having us use rocket fuel. Having us use. Also having us use. Also having us use rocket fuel. So, in addition to the nitro rocket fuel, so what we're going to do are. So, in addition to the nitro rocket fuel, it is also having us use rocket fuel.
We can get rid of this. So you up.
It is also having us use rocket fuel in addition to the nitro rocket fuel. So what we're going to do, our first check here is we're going to go into our recipes and we're going to.
Corathol, hey Ken, guess I had my alert set wrong on your Discord. I'd have been here earlier. Okay, Corathol, we need to have a little chat. You're the one that asked me my thoughts on the Ashes of Creation drama. And because of you, Sunday night, you asked me Saturday night. And I said, well, I kind of know what's going on, but I don't really I don't really feel like I can answer, informatively while I was on the stream. Well, I remedied that Sunday night and I fell down the rabbit hole. I watched about 5 hours of YouTube videos laying out the so-called drama, and then the rebuttals, and the rebuttals to the rebuttals, and the third party alternate view. And in the process, I realized that I really want to play that game for probably the next 5 to 10 years of my life, assuming that they can continue what they've already been doing. And so I'm actually making channel changes. I talked about them today from 20 minutes at the beginning, from 20 to 40 minutes of this VOD. You can go back and listen to it in more detail, but I'm going to be playing Ashes of Creation on this channel, and it's not 100% because of you, Corathal. The the gasoline was poured on the firewood already, but you may have thrown the match. It was going to happen eventually. You just happened to be the one that threw it. But yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. In a nutshell, in my opinion, the person that made the video saying, now there may be more than one person that have said this, but the specific one that kind of went viral, that basically is calling out Ashes of Creation as a scam, the reasoning that he was using and the arguments that he was making, I believe that he fundamentally misrepresented the game. I don't know if he did it on purpose. I'm not going to say that he lied, because I don't know if he did, but I can tell you that what he said is not accurate. I've watched it. I've watched a lot of live streaming since, and that is not true what he said. So I can totally understand if somebody doesn't want to pay $110 to play a alpha, but how I look at it is that the alpha, that $110 is buying you all alpha access and all beta access, and then your first month of sub. So right off the top, you can take $15 off. It's really just, so it's really more like $95, because every month of subscription, it's a subscription MMO, which again, I get not everybody wants to pay for, but I do, because it's an old school MMO. That's what I want to play. That is worth $15 a month. That is 1 or 2 lunches a month. I would gladly go without eating or take a sandwich instead of buying a burger somewhere so that I can play that game. That's an easy choice for me. But again, I'm in a different spot in my life than a lot of people, so I totally understand it. But the way I look at it is that alpha and beta is going to be 2 to 3 years of time in alpha and beta, right? So I'm paying $95 for 2 to 3 years of a game that, yes, it's an alpha, but to me, that's worth what it should be, $15 a month to pay for servers and to pay for live, support. So when do we expect to start? So you mean me, the channel? I'm going to assume you mean me as a channel. I've committed to my viewers that I'm going to finish Satisfactory. Plus, I want to finish Satisfactory. I would never leave Satisfactory unfinished to go play an alpha. And there's plenty of time. There's no rush. Like I said, 2.5, 3 years is probably when we're going to see the game launch. And so there's no rush. But I do want to move to it because I'm really excited to go play it. And so what I'm going to do is I was going to play Civ 7 when it came out in February. I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to focus on completing my Satisfactory playthrough, and I'm going to try to do it by May 1st, because May 1st is the third wave of alpha. And right now, or for the next 5 months, they're only going to have the servers up 5 days a week. They're going to be down, I think Wednesday and Thursday, or Tuesday and Wednesday, I think. They'll be open 5 days a week, including the weekends. But come May 1st, it's their goal, they said, to have the servers open 24/7. And so 100% Corthal, and that's why I'll explain that in a second. 100%. But yes, by May 1st, it's called third wave or third phase, I think, alpha third phase. It's scheduled to start May 1st, and 24/7 server access. That's when I want to start streaming and start making my channel a part of that. And so my goal, and I don't know if I'll finish it on time, but I have made a live stream scheduling goal from now to then to try to finish my Satisfactory playthrough by then. And it is 50 hours of streaming a week to get there. So we're going to go for it. I think it was 50. I did some napkin math. It's going to be a lot, but basically it's going to be, let's see, 15 plus 10 plus 10. 35. Sorry, it's 35. It's not 50. It's 35. I'm sorry. 35. I'm going to stream 3 weeknights, 4 to 6 hours. Well, I'll average that at 5 a week, probably Sunday night, and then Tuesday and Wednesday night. And then I will do my continued 10 hours on Friday night, 10 hours on Saturday night. So you guys are going to get 35 hours of content a week of Satisfactory here, if I can maintain that schedule. And I'm going to push, we're going to make those factories. I'm going to try not to rush. I don't want to do a bad job, but I do want to, stream more often. And my plan is to not just stream that game, but to have a guild. Dude, me too. Ashes of Creation versus Dune. My problem with Dune looks good, but my problem with Dune is that it's not really an MMO. It's a survivor game. And survival games are fine, but I enjoy them, but it's not the same to me as a true MMO. And there are some aspects of Ashes of Creation that if they can do, I'm really into it. I'm going to be real into it. Let me tell you this, Corthal. So don't do anything yet. Just pause for a second. My plan is to not just stream the game, but I'm going to have a guild. I need some good officers. I can't do it all, but I PvP raid lead. That's my deal. That's been my jam. I've been a guild leader. It's not my favorite thing to do, but I can do it. I have experience doing it. I'll need some help, a lot of admin help, a lot of crafting officers, drama officers, recruiting officers, because I don't like to do that stuff. I can do the vision. I can do the PvP raid leading. But that other stuff I'll need help with, of course. But we're gonna have a channel guild. So followers of my channel will be able to get into the guild. And we'll start it at, the goal is May 1st on wave 3. Now, Corthal, there is a deal. Anybody who's planning on doing it, if you would like, Ashes of Creation has a referral system. And so my referral link is in the channel description of this. And so it's not for when you buy. You don't put the referral link for when you spend money. You put the referral link for when you create an account on the Ashes of Creation website. So if you want to do that, I think they shoot me a piece of money for anybody who signs up for an account under my referral, and I can use that money to buy skins. I think I can apply it towards future sub cost. So if you don't have any other friends that have signed up for Ashes of Creation, you can use my referral, and it's in the link in this description, and it'll be in all my videos moving forward, just like Discord. Just like my Discord link. So that's basically the plan. I plan on having a big guild. Apparently guild limits right now are 300. We're going to do it. We're going to have, we'll have a all aspects guild, PvP, crafting, PvE, the dungeons. We're going to go after caravans. That's the fun shit for me. So it's also Funcom. I'm not familiar with Funcom. I think, you mean the company? The company is Intrepid. So the I don't want to go into this too much. I'm in the middle of an edit, but the company is really interesting because it's run by independently. Yeah, it should be in the VOD. Look under like my membership link. I think it says Ashes of Creation. I should say Ashes of Creation referral link. If it's not there, let me know, but it should be there. But yeah, this guy that is in charge of this game, he's an independently wealthy man that loved old school MMOs like Star Wars Galaxies and Vanilla WoW and like EverQuest. And basically he wants to make the perfect MMO with an old school style. He's put $50 million of his own money and plans on probably putting in another 50 million before it launches. So I'm happy to help pay for server time with my $110 for the next 2 years, 2 to 3 years. So that, when you put that perspective in, the more, every new piece of information I learned about it made me want to play it more. So anyway, if you guys are familiar with Pirate Software, Thor at all, he's doing this. He has his own mega guild from his channel that he's making. I basically want to copy what Thor's doing. I will have nowhere near the scale of that insane individual, that mastermind, but maybe we can have our own little piece. He's doing some really awesome things, and basically I'm gonna steal his awesome ideas for my own. Yeah, Pirate Software is doing that. So I'm looking forward to that, and we'll start in May. There's no rush. Like I said, 2.5 to 3 years probably to launch, but you are exactly right. People who play in the alphas and betas have a huge head start at full release. We'll already have our guild laid out. We'll have our officers in place. We'll have our discords made. We'll have roles. People will know exactly the best ways to farm. We'll know exactly the best places to go. We'll know what cities we want. We'll know everything. And that's and for my channel and the health of my channel, I'm basically going to live stream it all. When I'm playing the game, I'll be live streaming, and and I'll be an open book because that's who I am. And so I think it's going to be a lot of fun. That's what that's really what I want to do. I love MMOs. I told a whole long ass story earlier in this VOD about my favorite moment in gaming, and it was in an MMO. So, okay, there we go. Sorry, Korthal. Sorry, guys, I had to catch Korthal up because we can blame him for me switching from doing being a factory builder channel. Sometime around May, I'll be switching over to an MMO channel because I'm really looking forward to playing it, and I'll be happier, and it'll be better content. Okay, here we go. Miller Cold Ones. I like watching you do it. I've learned some things here. Thanks, sir. You're welcome. Okay, let's get back to it. Sorry, I've been in story mode all night tonight. I've been having a good time.
In addition to the nitro rocket fuel. So what we're going to do, our first check here, is we're going to go into...
Get rid of this breath.
Is we're going to go into our recipes, and we're going to remove...
The click right there, we're going to get rid of that.
The regular rocket fuel.
Well, there's a bunch of clicks in that word.
The regular rocket fuel recipe.
All right, let's see if we can try our trick. Voice isolation, try it at 50%, see if that reduces.
The regular...
Oh, it's way reduced. Let's pump it up to 85, see how that sounds.
The regular rocket fuel recipe.
Yep. By the way, I will be looking, I'm still putting together my team. It's still really early days. I got 5 months before I even start. And even after we start, we got 2 years, right? So it's no rush, but I absolutely will be trying to get to know people. And I'll be looking for officers to help, good people, mods. I'm going to need more mods. I think it will be really good for my channel. And I really think I could grow my channel. I would love to be able to full-time hire some editors to really, you know, I have a lot of, I've been basically since Sunday night, I haven't worked very well in my 9-to-5 job. I've just been researching, and I've been like, I've had a fire lit under my ass about, you know, how the changes I'm going to make to my channel. I reached out to an old buddy that I know does editing and asked him, you know, if he wanted to come and work for me, you know, for peanuts. I talked to him tonight, you know, while I was, you know, walking up to the gym today. You know, I'm on this, and you know, I'm excited. And you know, the flame may fade over time, but right now, ooh, I'm ready to go. It's why I can't stop talking about it. But no matter what, we got to finish this edit of this video first. And then I got to finish Factorio, my Factorio playthrough. And then I got to bang out that. And we're going to have a good time finishing the Satisfactory 1.0 playthrough. And we're going to give it the send off that it deserves. And then we're going to switch our gears. All right, let's keep editing. We're going to go into our recipes, and we're going to remove the regular rocket fuel recipe. Now let's check out production, and let's see what we look. Now this is what I'm talking. Let's do a cut. Now let's check out production. This cut should look pretty good. Production. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This production. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This looks a lot better, a lot more simple than that mess that was on there a second ago. We will use, I think we'll probably use the same Discord, Korthal. There'll just be a partitioned portion for members of the guild. So chances are I'll use the same Discord. I don't know. There is some advantages of doing a brand new Discord, but I need to talk to my Discord moderator. Sorry, I keep thinking about stuff. Than that mess that was on there a second ago. Okay, so we have crude oil. All right, I think we need to tighten this all up. Okay, so we have crude oil. We can keep the so. Move it up. So we have. And I do have extensive experience, years and years leading a guild. I'm not the best at it by any means, but I have experience. I know where my strengths are. I know where my weaknesses are. I need officers to fill those weaknesses so I can focus on my strengths. I played Star Wars Galaxies for many years. I played Guild Wars 2 for even more years. I played some Arcade for 2 or 3 years. I played Albion. I did my stint in Warcraft, like all of us. What else? What am I missing? Oh, New World. I did New World for 2 years. New World was the game that I played before Satisfactory, actually. I took a small break from New World to play Satisfactory, and that was 2 years ago. Still on my small break. I'm missing some MMOs in there. I played Crowfall. That lasted for about 2 months, and then it died. I never played Final Fantasy. I never played Warhammer Online. I wish I would have. I never played Dark Age of Camelot. I wish I would have. I miss it. I never played EVE Online, like Thor. That would have been fun to play at launch. I'm not going to play it now. What else did I not play? Those are the big ones. I didn't play Black Desert. Oh, I played Blade and Soul with some friends for about a year. We called it... Yeah, I didn't play Black Desert. Blade and Soul. We called it Boobs and Soul. Because it was very... Let's just say I'm not sure how the armor really protected those women at all. So yes, we played Blade and Soul for like a year. There's something else. There's something else we played, and I can't remember what it was. Maybe I'll think of it. Yeah, New World. New World did not have a good end game. The progression was fun, the crafting was fun, the tech was great, the sound design, the music, all amazing. I loved hanging out in Weaver's Fen. I won a war. We were on one of the biggest servers in NA. We were on Camelot. Or were we on El Dorado? We switched at the last minute, and I can't remember which one we ended up on. We were either on Camelot or El Dorado. And I actually have it recorded. I'll probably show you guys at some point. A friend of mine recorded it. I won a war. I was the war leader. Maybe 2 weeks in, we took Weaver's Fen. Shadowbane. No, I didn't play Shadowbane. We took Weaver's Fen probably 2 weeks in. We were part of an alliance. And then we held that for maybe 3 weeks, maybe a month. And then a guild transferred in from somewhere else. They opened up server transfers, and a guild transferred over and just took everything. They brought a meta that we didn't know how to counter. And by the time we learned how to counter it, it was kind of too late. They had already established supremacy, and politics happened, and it is what it is. I couldn't really, we fought other wars and stuff. But Weaver's Fen, I really loved. We held that as a guild for like I said, for about a month. It was a lot of fun. And then I did a lot of open world PvP in New World, but unfortunately the end game just wasn't really that engaging. It was fine. It was just fine. I didn't feel like this burning desire to log in every day, like a good MMO, Okay, sorry.
Okay. So we have then that mess.
And the gear grind was really poor. It was really, really poor. An interesting thing about New World. So New World showed me. So I found out a little bit after the fact that guilds were paying anywhere between $2,000 and $5,000 of real life money through PayPal. They were paying it to other guilds, other guild leaders that owned territories to throw them. There were a lot of bad exploits early in New World. Yeah, they needed another year. They rushed it. It was really bad. But yeah, New World was really interesting because so much power and wealth went through the hands of so few people, the way the taxing system worked. And it so in Ashes of Creation, the money stays in the city bank. Okay, when I pay my taxes to live in a city that is owned by a guild in Ashes of Creation, that money's going to stay in the city bank, and can only be used to upgrade the city. That was not the case in New World. It went to the guild leader's pocket, and the gold sellers were insane on New World. And so what they would do is you would pay a couple $1,000s so that the guild in power would throw the war so that another guild could come in and take the territory, and then now they're getting all the taxes, and then they would sell the gold that they were getting to the gold sellers and make their money back. I found out most of this like a lot later, and that made me realize that I will never dismiss a conspiracy theory out of hand. Imagine the lengths that human beings were going through for imaginary power in what is essentially a dying MMO. Can't imagine the lengths that human beings would go through for power in real life. Like, once I saw that, I'm like, that's it. Every conspiracy theory I've ever heard is real. I was like, I can't. Like, I know that happened, and I watched it happen. I watched the throws, right? Because I would raid lead and I would try to fight, and we didn't do that. We didn't know. We weren't on the in crowd, and they didn't throw for us. And then I would watch the war the next week, and I'm watching the same guild defend, and I'm like, they didn't do this. And I'm thinking, those other guys are not better than us. And they won. And I just, I mean, that's not the only reason I wasn't successful. I'm not saying that. But like, it was definitely a factor. And like I said, after I saw that in New World, I will never dismiss any conspiracy theory out of hand. Yeah, it was obvious to us in New World Beta they weren't ready for release. Yeah, they shouldn't have rushed it. They had so much they had no end game. They had zero end game. And it was all untested, right? And human beings, when power and glory are at stake, we figure out crazy ways of exploiting the system, and it was totally untested, and it is what it is, and the game died because of it. They needed another year, and they would have been fine. It would have still had problems, but it would have been a lot better. So anyway, now this is what I'm talking about. This looks a lot better, a lot more simple than that mess that was on there a second ago. So we have crude oil. All right, that's a lot better. So let's see if this will make a nice cut. Let's try. Ooh, I think that'll make a very nice cut. Yeah, this goes. Bink. Production. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, very, very close. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This looks a lot better, a lot more simple than that mess that was on there a second ago. So we have crude oil gets turned into heavy oil residue. Heavy oil residue gets turned into diluted fuel. Ooh, am I off? Nope. Sometimes the audio, I make a mistake in the video and the audio desync, but not this time. Gets turned into heavy oil residue. Heavy oil residue gets turned into diluted fuel. We can probably move this over a little. Oil residue gets turned into diluted fuel. Heavy oil residue gets turned into fuel using the diluted fuel alternate recipe. Oh, I redid that, so we need to cut. Heavy oil residue gets turned into fuel using the diluted fuel alternate recipe, and the fuel gets combined. All right, let's try this cut. See how this looks. Residue. Heavy oil residue gets turned into fuel. Can't even tell there's a cut there. It looks great. Using the diluted fuel alternate recipe, and the fuel gets combined with coal, nitrogen gas, and sulfur to make with the nitro rocket fuel recipe to make. Let's try another cut here. Sulfur with the nitro rocket. So I'm sliding this cut to where the two mouse heads are very close to each other. Nitrogen gas and sulfur with the so that you can't really tell that there's a cut there. Nitro rocket fuel recipe to make our rocket fuel. Now the And then I talk a little bit too low to make our rocket fuel. I'm going to up the volume. Listen again.
To make our rocket fuel.
All right, so we're going to just go maybe... Yeah, let's try
fuel
this.
Recipe to make our rocket fuel.
That's too much. So let's go back to... Let's cut in half. There we go.
Now, the amounts aren't correct here, but the process and the flow chart is looking good.
Same thing with... It's kind of doing that YouTuber voice where your voice drops down at the end and you get that vocal fry. Oh, but I can help that.
Flow chart is looking good.
I can clean up that a little bit.
The amounts aren't correct here, but the process and the flow chart is looking good.
All right, so let's do a cut here and then let's build. How are we doing? What's my time? I'm not even gonna finish this tonight, guys. It's already getting late. Let's keep going for about another hour. I've been chatting and hanging out, but this has been a great stream. I know I don't have a ton of viewers right now, but I don't care. It's fun.
Now, you will notice we do have two byproducts here, and we
two byproducts. Let's fix that.
Two byproducts here, and we good. Now, you will notice we do have two. Now, you will notice we do have two byproducts here, and we will be dealing with those soon. Soon. Our first step, though, is to see how far we can push this rocket fuel.
All right, let's see if we can save a little time here.
Our first step, though, soon. Our first step, though, soon. Our first step, though.
Now let's do the same thing. See if we can find a cut that.
We will be dealing with those soon. Our first step, though, is to see how far we can push this rocket fuel with the given amount of crude oil that we set in our items and inputs a minute ago.
No, you're fine, man. You're fine. I am in control of my own actions. I may joke that I'll blame you, but of course it's always my fault.
Crude oil that we set in our items and inputs a minute ago. In order to do that, the easiest way is to hit maximize on rocket fuel. Now, sometimes when you hit...
We've got a couple of speaking irregulars. I'm getting tired. Here. Things that are irregular.
In order to do that, the easiest way is...
A little too loud. The easiest way.
The easiest way is to hit... To do that, the easiest way is to hit maximize on rocket fuel. Now, sometimes when you hit maximize, weird things will happen to the layout, and so if something does happen, and inputs a minute ago. In order to do that, the easiest way a minute ago. In order to do that,
find the cursor over on the left. Oh, it's way over there. Here we go.
Given amount of crude oil that we set in our items and inputs a minute ago. In order to do that, the easiest way is to hit maximize on rocket fuel. Now, sometimes when you hit maximize,
yeah, DaVinci. Yep, I'm in DaVinci. I do have Studio. I have been using a couple of the effects, really just one that is available in Studio for the audio, cleaning up the audio. Hey, Patrick. Appreciate you being
on
here.
rocket fuel. Now, sometimes when you hit maximize, weird things will happen to the layout. And so if something does happen, and so if something does happen, if a recipe pops in there that you don't want, all you have to do, go back.
All right, we're gonna have to make another cut here. That's okay. Let's speed things up a little bit.
Maximize. Weird things will happen to the layout. And so if something does things will happen to the layout. And so if something does happen, if a recipe pops in there that you don't want, all you have to do, go back into the recipes like what I just showed and turn off what you don't want to use. Another option is removing in the items in the inputs.
Okay, you got the free one? Yeah. Well, the free one's still so good. It's still really, really good. I'll show you when it comes up the tool I use most often from the paid version. But I would not say that tool alone is worth paying for. But having said that, it is really nice that you only have to pay for it once. You know, it's a one-time fee. So it's not like it's Adobe. Also, just so that you know, there is a deal on Amazon where you buy the studio version and you can get the speed editor for a reduced cost. And I'm using the speed editor now. I really like it. So it's something to think about. In fact, actually, last time I edited, somebody messaged me. They DM'd me, and I set them up. I got them a affiliate link for that DaVinci Resolve Studio plus editing speed editor combo. So they bought it because they watched my stream. So that was cool.
Another option is removing in the items in the inputs in the input.
So we got to do a cut here.
Removing. Another option is removing in the inputs tab any items that you don't want to be.
Okay. There's plenty of really good YouTube videos on there about the various usefulness and in detail on what the studio version gives you.
Another option is removing in the inputs tab any items that you don't want to be included.
Just cut out that one weird sound I made. Should be better.
You don't want to be included in the recipe. Want to be included in the recipe in the factory plan.
There we go.
Included in the recipe. Included in the factory plan.
I did that thing again. Oh, keyframe. Turn up the end of the sentence just a tad.
In the factory plan.
Better.
Now we're talking. So now we're talking. So let's take a look and see what we got. Looks like we can make and turn off what you don't want to use. Another option is removing in the inputs tab any items use. Another option is removing in the inputs tab any items that you don't want to be included in the factory plan.
Okay.
Now we're talking. So let's take a look and see what we got. Looks like we can make 4,950 fuel. Looks like we can make now we're talking. So let's take a look.
Get rid of the now we're talking.
So let's take a look and see what we got. Look, see what we got. So looks like we can make 4,900 in the factory plan.
All right, we'll see if we can make a nice cut here, but
items that you don't want to be included in the factory plan. So let's
yeah, that's not gonna work.
Included in the factory plan. So let's take a look. Included in the factory plan. Factory plan. So let's take a look. Plan. So let's take a look, see what we got. Looks like we can make 40.
Move it just a little bit more.
Factory plan. So let's take a look, see what we got. Looks like we can make 4,950 fuel, almost 5,000 rocket fuel, with 1,237.5 oil.
I'm going to just do that thing at the end of the sentence again.
With 1,237.5. Almost 5,000 rocket fuel. Almost 5,000 rocket fuel, with almost 5,000 rocket fuel, with and 50 fuel, almost 5,000. 50 fuel, almost 5,000 rocket fuel, with 1,237.5 oil. Now, we could move forward with these numbers. The problem is that these.
Let me give it a little bit of a tiny boost to the volume on the at the beginning here. The microphone, not there, you turd, right here.
With these numbers. The problem is
little bit more.
The problem is that these numbers are a little awkward, especially when it comes to the fuel. As you know, Mark IIs use 600 can. As you know, Mark II pipes use 600 fuel per minute. Use 600 fuel per minute. while Mark 1s per minute, while Mark 1s use 300. So my preference is to try whenever I can to make sure that our inputs and our outputs.
So nothing that corresponds with the audio that we're listening to right now is in the video, right? If you look at the video, I'm not moving. And I'm doing that on purpose because I want to give myself the most options when it comes time to edit. So when I was recording, I was keeping that in mind to try not to move my cursor around and try not to move my those boxes around, those flowcharts around, as if I can help it, because it just gives me more options. And so because this audio is not directly connected to the video, I can move this audio around, and I can tighten up the spaces between my words.
Our outputs use whole pipes. A little bit of work now, whole pipes. A little bit of work now, a little bit of thinking about this while it's on paper will save you a lot of time when you're in the game. We were to take this 4950, that would give us, Good.
I re-recorded. Good job, Ken.
You a lot of time when you're in the game. We were to take this 40 time when you're in the game. We were to take this 4950 rocket fuel. That would give us 8 pipes at 600 per minute, and then a leftover 150 per minute rocket fuel that we would have to deal with.
All right, let's cuts nice and seamless.
Especially when it comes to the fuel. As you know, Mark II use 600 fuel.
Okay.
We were to take this 4950 rocket fuel. That would give us 8 pipes at 600 per minute, and then a leftover 150 per minute rocket fuel that we would have to deal with. Also gives us this very strange rocket fuel that we would have to deal with. Also gives us this very strange 1237.5 crude oil per minute.
How did I record the audio? I recorded in OBS. So just like I record, I'm not doing it now, but my Satisfactory playthrough, like my live streams, I always record. I have a lot of storage for a lot of video, and then I was using those to make the edited episodes after the fact. I record via audio in the same method that you're hearing my voice now. It's OBS, recorded rather than in place of live streamed. I used to use the DaVinci Resolve recording, but it was so different from what you guys are used to my voice sounding like, because I kind of had to go through a different set of systems, that it just it was kind of jarring when I had to switch back and forth between them within the same video. And so now I just record my audio through OBS and in a screen share. I mean, in a screen grab.
7.5 crude oil per minute. Instead, my proposal, and what I like to do in my factory, oil per minute. Instead,
I'll do the same thing that I've had to do couple of times, make a keyframe, come to the end, bring up the audio sound at the tail end here.
5 crude oil per minute. Instead,
it's too much. Crude oil per minute. Oh yeah, 11. That's way too much. Bring it down to 5. Turn it up to 11.
1.5 crude oil per minute. Instead, my proposal, and what I like to do in my factories, is maybe not maximize this necessarily, but let's limit this rocket fuel. But let's limit this rocket fuel at 4,800 per minute, which is an even 8 pipes at 600 flow. But let's limit this rocket fuel at 4,800 per minute, which is an even 8 pipes at 600 flow.
Did we clean this up over here? Is this good? I think so.
600 flow. So instead of maximize, let's switch 100 flow. Even 8 pipes at 600 flow. Instead of maximize, let's switch this.
I kind of want this so.
Instead of pipes at 600 flow. So instead of maximize, let's switch. So instead of maximize, 600 flow. So instead of maximize.
So doesn't sound good.
So let's switch this over and type in 4,800 per minute.
All right, so that typing sound, I'm gonna see if I can get rid of that with one of the tools that's available only in Studio.
And type in 4,800. Type in 4,800 per minute.
I bet you this little clip right there is one, so we're gonna get rid of that one by hand. Is there any in this?
Per minute.
Nope. But there is in this one. So I'm going to use voice isolation, and I'm going to put it at 50%.
4,800 per minute.
And that's substantially less clicking. All right, so here this is without the voice isolation.
4,800 per minute.
Okay, and then voice isolation at 80. This is what it sounds like.
4,800 per minute.
All of that clicking is gone that fast. So that voice isolation tool is really nice. You can do it at the clip level. It's really fast. I usually start at 50%, see if it's helped. And if I need more, I'll go to 100 if I have to, but it's best to use only the amount of voice isolation that you need to get rid of the sound you're trying to get rid of.
Now let's take a look. 100 per minute. Now let's take a look. We have our rocket fuel here. Now let's take a look. 4,800 per minute. Let's switch this over and type in 4,800 per minute. Now let's take a look. We have our rocket fuel here at 4,800 per minute. Now let's 800 per minute. Now let's take a look. We have our rocket fuel 4,800 per minute. Now let's take a look. We have our rocket fuel here at 4. At 4,800 per minute, which again is 8 pipes at 600 per minute. And per minute, which again is 8 pipes at 600. We have our rocket fuel here. Our rocket fuel here at 4,800 per minute, which again is 8 pipes at 600 per minute. And what do you know? If you look at the crude oil, it comes out 4,800 per minute, which again is 8 pipes at 600 per minute. And what do you know?
Rid of that little breathe in there.
And what do you know? If you look at the crude oil, it comes out to exactly 2 full pipes of crude oil for the rocket. 2 full pipes of crude.
All right, there's a little audio issue here, but I can fix it.
Exactly 2 full pipes of crude. 2 full pipes of crude oil for the rocket fuel. I like this a lot. This is for the rocket fuel. I like this a lot.
All right, we can cut here.
I like this a lot. This is much easier. Here. Additionally, our nitrogen gas is also in a exact 600. Additionally, our nitrogen gas is
It also works with Audacity. I don't know, but it has its own audio section that I really like. It's called Fairlight.
rocket fuel.
Fairlight is I'm going to be in here when I balance all of the audio tracks, and I'll do EQ on the voice track, although I've already done it. I'll check the loudness meter, make sure we're at 14 LUFS for the loudness. I'll make sure that I don't have any peaking. I'll do all that last step here in the audio page.
I like this a lot. This is much easier. Additionally, our nitrogen gas is also an amount that is divisible by 600, giving us 4 full perfect pipes at 600. This is a great start. Now, the next problem is the rocket fuel. I like this a lot. This is much rocket fuel. I like of crude oil for the rocket fuel. I like this a lot. It comes out to exactly 2 full pipes of crude oil. I like this a lot.
I like it a lot.
Oil. I like this a lot. This is much easier. Additionally, our nitrogen gas is also an amount that is divisible by 600. This is also an amount that is divisible by 600. Also an amount that is divisible by 600.
There's a little audio pop or something here that you probably can't hear.
Also an amount that is divisible by 600.
I'm going to try voice isolation, see if it helps.
Also an amount that is divisible by 600.
No.
Giving us 4 full perfect pipes at 600. This is a great start. It's divisible by 600, giving us is also an amount that is divisible by 6. Gas is also an amount that is divisible by 600, giving us 4 full perfect pipes at 600. This is a great start. Now, the next problem is we have some compacted coal. We have some compacted coal. Now,
all right. I am going to have to stop it here. We're gonna I'm just getting a little too tired, and it's a weeknight. My goal was 4 to 6 hours. We're at 4.5, actually a little longer than that because we had a missed start tonight. So here's my starting point. I make a marker. We didn't get a lot done. We chatted and we hung out, but honestly, I had a lot more fun, and I probably got more done than I would have if I didn't live stream. So we've cut down tons and tons down to 10 minutes. And there's even probably less than 10 minutes there. So we have a long way to go. We got to finish editing this all out, cutting it all up. And then I've got to probably record another hour's worth to finish this video off. So we'll work on this again tomorrow. So about the same time tonight, 9 o'clock PST. So I'm not going to raid anybody tonight because we're not really playing a game. And I've already got my thumbnail set, so I don't need to take a thumbnail tonight. So tonight I think I'm just going to thank everybody for viewing, and I appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow night, and we will get back on this. And I'm gonna Friday nights are Factorio, Saturday nights are Satisfactory. We'll hit this Thursday night, tomorrow night, and then we'll hit it Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, and we'll keep going until we get this video done so that we can get to bigger and better things, including one day Ashes of Creation. Okay, guys, really appreciate it, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.